Hello, everyone. I'm here to help you relax and fall into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy the stories, please like and subscribe. It really helps a lot. I could love to hear where you're listening from. Now get comfortable and lecture begin. Blood red moons. The branches of the tall pines and maples swayed back and forth in the powerful wind. They reached out over the water, leaving a nice shadow for us to park our little fishing boat unders. God damn it, I almost had him, Mike shouted aloud. That brain the third bite you've had today. Yet you still can't catch anything, I laughed in response, pulling my rod back before whipping it forward to send the bait flying. It was a nice and sunny noon, aside from the dark towering clouds rising over the horizon. We only had one bass, in the cooler in the middle of the boat, one I had caught about 40 minutes earlier. The wind was growing more and more powerful, making it hard to cast and making the waves rock the boat. The thunder rumbled in the distance. Mike turned to me with a frown. "You know we better get back to the cabin. We don't want to get stuck out here in a bad thunderstorm," he said to me, his shaggy brown hair waving around like a flag. I laughed at the sight and nodded my head in agreement as Mike started up the trolling motor. We were decently far from his house, so it took about 15 minutes to get there from our fishing spot on Lake Raven. It was sunny in the direction we were heading, but behind us darkness loomed. Once we arrived, I saw Miker brother Chris relaxing on the front porch of the cabin reading a book. This surprised me, as I do always known Chris as the less intelligent one and not the one to read books. He set it down and came to help us dock the small vessel in a little slip. "Any luck?" he asked. "The only bite I had was a nice bass. Your brother, on the other hand, had 3 bites, but could reel 1 in," I respond. "Oh well. We could still skin and fry that bass for some food tonight." We got off the boat, and Mike and Chris headed up the stairs into the porch, while I stayed down on the dock to clean the bass. As I worked, I watched the almost black storm grow and take over the blue sky. The storm moved quickly and seemed to come out of nowhere. That morning, there had been a cloud in sight. I had never seen anything like it before. It felt unnatural. I hurriedly finished and headed back up into the cabin. The cabin was old and small, and a little dirty inside. It was red brick with a brown wooden roof. The red on the bricks had faded into more of a brown color, which made the cabin really blend in with the environment around it. It was hard to see from far away. Mike and Chris were in the kitchen cleaning up, and our other friends, Dave and his girlfriend Emma, were on the couch watching a funny television show. We had insisted on Dave not bringing his girlfriend, telling him it was going to be a guy-in trip, but he brought her anyway, saying he hardly got to spend any vacation time with her like this. You see, none of us really liked her, as we thought she was too controlling and Dave in life, but we wanted to hang out with the guy, and he would come without her. Mike had a little weather alert radio on the kitchen counter, and he was playing it. The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for the following counties. It named almost every county in Georgia, and then followed to say the storm was also in a multitude of other states nearby, like South Carolina and Tennessee. Be prepared for strong winds, heavy rain, flooding, and lightning. Therein also a slight chance of hail and tornadoes. Jesus, we going to get slammed, Mike said, his eyes widening as he listened. Yeah. Looks like the damn apocalypse is coming out there. I laughed. We debated driving back to town, but decided not to, as we would probably get caught up in the storm on the long ride back. More and more thunder rumbled, and I stepped out into the porch to watch the dark clouds engulf the sky above us. Lightning flashed around the cabin, and it was starting to rain. The wind was making the boat bounce back and forth between the sides of the dock. I just hoped our knots would keep it attached. The slanted rain began to shoot the screen covering the porch, soaking the furniture. The wind pushed it hard, and it was painful getting hit by it. It felt like little pricks or air-soft bullets. I hurried back inside with little red dots on my arms and face. The wind was so violent, it began to shake even the thick oaks surrounding the land around us. The lake in the area around the cabin was heavily wooded with big trees. Now all of them were shaking, and I was afraid one would come crashing down on us at any second. And then the rain grew so heavy that I couldn't even see past the porch. Dave and Emma were cuddled up on the couch, and me and Chris and Mike were discussing the storm in the kitchen. I'd never seen anything like this before. This could cause some serious damage to the cabin. Hell, the dock is probably broken off by now. Jesus, Dad ain't going to be pissed. Mike laughed. His laugh was interrupted by a bright flash and a loud clap of thunder. The flow of lightning and the torrential rain continued throughout the day. The power would flicker constantly, but never entirely go out. The weather radio just continued to repeat itself, updating with the new tornado alerts for the new counties every now and then. It showed no signs of slowing down, so we just put in a funny movie, and we all sat down to enjoy it. It was hard to hear over the thunder and the wind, and we would be constantly interrupted by the power outages. By the time we finished, it was around 10 at night. We all decided to go to sleep. Now there were only 3 rooms, so Mike had been sleeping out on the couch, and the noise of the storm made it easier for me to drift off to sleep easily. I woke to the sunlight beaming through the windows. The storm must have worn off overnight, I thought to myself, as I climbed out of the bed. I flicked the light switch, but the light didn't come on. The power must have gotten knocked out by the storm. I walked into the living room, seeing Chris down by the dock, observing the damage. I went out to meet him. A huge pine had fallen into the lake, and another one was leaning on an oak tree. If that oak tree had been there, it would have crushed the cabin. Luckily, the dock was hardly damaged, and the boat was still attached. I might as well call Dad. Jake. We all right here. Let me see your phone, Chris spoke. I had the best carrier out of everyone else, and my phone was the only one with barely enough signal to call anyone. I handed him my phone, and he turned it on. Hey, that ain't weird. Says you don't have any bars, he said, as he handed it back to me. Yeah. Maybe something happened in the storm anyway. I'm gonna make breakfast. Chris suggested going back home, but we decided to wait and see if my service came back. It never did. I turned on the weather radio to listen to any updates, but I just heard static. I thought there might have been something wrong with the equipment itself. Dave and Emma decided to fish the rest of the day, while the rest of us set up some targets out in the field to practice shooting. Throughout the day we saw several military jets fly over, but Mike said he had seen that here before, so we didn't pay much attention to it. We were running out of actual targets to shoot at, so we just set up bottles between Mike and Chris. I was the worst shot out of all of them. Now this was a given. I hardly ever used guns, but it didn't stop them from laughing when I missed. And the day crept on, and eventually we decided to head back late afternoon. Dave and Emma had caught 4 fish, and Dave claimed Emma caught almost all of them. Naturally, we did believe him, but we just let it slide. Mike was probably beginning to regret inviting them for the trip, as Dave was just spending most of his time with Emma anyway. I was walking out of the restroom when I heard the 2 of them speaking in the room next door. I put my ear to the door to hear their conversation better. Dude, you're forgetting I'm the one who invited you here, not your clingy girl, Mike said. Modi not clingy. All right. I am sorry. She just wants to spend time with me. You would understand anyway. I know you've never had a gerble, Dave replied. Listen, all I'm asking is that you just spend a little bit more time with us, Mike said. Fine, whatever, man, Dave responded. I heard footsteps coming my way and stepped back as the door flung open and Dave came storming out. Mike followed slowly behind me. He stopped when he saw me and turned to talk to me. You know, I'm beginning to think we should have brought him. Would have been much better fun with just the three of us, he said. Nothing too weird happened for the rest of that day. The power never came back on. I never regained service, and we saw just a few more jets flying over us. Mike figured his dad would come up to the cabin by now, if he was really worried about us. Dave did take some time with us, to go on a walk through the woods. Oddly, Emma seemed fine with it, and stayed at the cabin to read the book she had brought up. The sky became streaked with waves of purple and orange as the sun began to set, and we knew it was time to head back to the cabin. Luckily, Mike and Chris had a few candles up there, and we, of course, had a few flashlights, so we would be in total pitch black. We were cleaning up dinner when Dave called us down to the dock. Hey, come, take a look at this, guys, he said. We all headed down except for Chris, who wanted to finish hand-washing the dishes. I immediately knew what he was talking about when I stepped outside on the porch. The moon, which had risen that high in the sky at this point, had turned into the color of blood. Now I'd seen that phenomenon before, but usually I had more of an orangish tint to it. This was straight red. Its reflection in the rippling water made the water look like blood. We all stared at it for a while, but eventually went back inside. Mike had a battery-operated radio in a closet and pulled it out in hopes that we would know what was going on with the outside world. But as he turned the knob, flipping through the channels, our eyes widened with shock. The only noise coming out of the radio speakers was static. We have to go back. We have no idea what's going on out there, Chris said, sitting on the couch and frantically looking around at all of us. Yeah, you're right, but I'm not sure we should all go. Could be dangerous. We could have been invaded by another country or some, Dave said. Invaded? I loved it. Go back. No, it's me and Chris are cabin. Our father owns it. One of us will go back, Mike interrupted. Mike, I have the most powerful truck. After that storm, you have no idea what kind of wreckage is out there, Dave said. Yeah, well, I could just drive your truck, dude. And not a big deal, man. Plus, you know I never let anyone else drive my truck, Mike replied. Dave kissed Emma goodbye and headed out, taking nothing with him but a wallet, his phone, and a hat. Not to our surprise, the radio once again only played static. After he started up his truck, we told him to call us when he got back into our area around Lake Raboon, but we never received a call from him, and we never saw Dave again. Fish, fish again. All we ever eat is fizz, I said, twirling my food around my plate with a fork. It was true. We had fish for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We had only just run out of food in the pantry 2 days ago. I had only brought up enough for the trip. We still had a few granola bars, but I tried to save those as I had no idea how long we would be there. Dude, could be worse. I mean, do you really want to risk driving out and going to get something? I mean, Dave was supposed to be back 3 days ago. We never got a call from him. Mike responded, That does not sound like a bad idea. There, a sandwich restaurant and a gas station about 30 or so minutes away from here in Clayton. I'm sure we would be in danger going that far out, I said. The cabin is surrounded by miles of woods, and the only road out is small and windy. It a dirt one, you know that. The only reason whatever happened out there hasn't happened to us is because we isolated in the middle of nowhere. Let it keep it that way, Mike replied. I sighed and got up to watch the setting sun from the glass door which led to the porch from the living room. Emma was lying on the couch, just staring off into the wall. See, she had taken Davian disappearance. Well, we tried to talk to her, but she just told us to be quiet. The only thing we could do for her now was wait until her grief left. The days passed slowly for us. There was nothing for us to do besides ride the storm out. Mike was right. The chances of us being found out here were very slim. Now, we all had our different theories of what was going on, but we mostly agreed it had to be an invasion of some sort. We originally thought it was just a really bad storm. But by now, surely the power would have come back on, or someone would have come back out here to find us. And then there was the moon. You see, each night it was still as crimson as blood. We thought it may have been caused by gas or something, but our opinion soon changed. That night, Chris had brought up s'mores. We had yet to cook them. We were all tired of eating fish that night, and Chris suggested bringing them out and making them over a small fire. We made it in the back of the cabin and the small driveway which was at the bottom of the hill leading into the woods. Hey, Emma, we gonna make some s'mores outside. Do you care to join us? I cautiously asked. Why would you all want me to join you? She replied with a snarky tone. Well, why would you say that? I asked. Well, I know Elle hate me. I've seen the looks you gave me, she said. Well, we don't hate you. You see, the truth is, I never forced Dave to take me up here. I never forced him to do anything. Go hang out with your friends, I do tell him, but he insisted on spending all of his time with me. Emma explained now. I was shocked at this revelation. All these years we had blamed her, Emma. Sir, I said. Hey, you all gonna come out? Fired ready now, Mike called as he stepped inside. Emma began to slowly get off the couch. Yeah, you be right there, I shouted back to him. Hey, do you all remember that time Chris flicked peanut butter on Riley's shirt at lunch and Riley turned around and punched the out of him? I asked. We all erupted and laughed. Here, I even saw Emma giggle a little, which made me smile. And then Chris got up, and Mike was interrupted by a long, loud screech coming from the woods. This was followed by a chorus of yapping and growling. Our smiles faded away. I've heard coyotes before, and this did not sound like them. Plus, the coyotes had gone silent since the moon turned red. What is that? Emma asked loudly. Mike and Chris started frantically trying to put out the fire, dumping their waters all over it. The chorus was getting closer and sounded more and more angry. After putting it out, we all quickly ran inside, locking the door behind us. I went and locked the other two doors in the cabin, and Chris went to go find the shotgun. He came back with a pump-action 12-gauge, just as the noises were nearing the cabin. The noises were just outside now, and whatever was making them was scratching the door. Chris raised the gun. Mike responded by shaking his head and mouthing no. We moved to the master bedroom of the cabin and waited there. The scratching lasted around 50 minutes before the pack of whatever was making that noise went away. Chris finally set the gun down. What the hell was that? I turned to Mike. I've never heard a pack of coyotes or wild dogs sound like that. Honestly, I don't know, he replied. We kept the doors locked that night and kept the candles blown out. I brought a pistol with me to sleep. Something had found us. Now things got weirder for the next following days. That morning I decided to get up early and go turkey hunting. See, a nice turkey would be a refreshing change of pace from fish. I was armed with a shotgun, so I was really scared of being out in the woods alone. I made sure to walk very far away from the cabin, past the edge of the property. A gunshot would be loud, and I didn't want any more things to be attracted to our location. I found a good tree in front of a large field and sat down to wait. Being alone allowed me to think freely without any interruptions. See, I was worried. I was worried about my family. I was worried about Dave. Worried about the rest of the world. None of us had talked about it last night, but hell, we were all thinking about it. What if this was some sort of other country invasion? What if it was aliens or monsters? I drifted off to sleep, thinking of all the possible reasons, and I heard whispers. My eyes shot open. The sun was hanging high in the middle of the sky. Egue been laying on the grassy ground, and so had my gun. I heard whispers coming from all around me. I thought I was dreaming, and tried shaking my head. Then I pinched myself, but the whispers remained. I felt chills run down my spine as I quickly jumped up and began to run across the field back in the direction of the cabin. As I ran, I glanced back over my shoulder and saw something that made me stop dead in my tracks. My mother, my father, and my sister were all standing at the other end of the field. They were waving and then beckoning me to come over to them. They all had smiles on their faces, but like the storm, they looked unnatural and fake. I took off into a full sprint. My adrenaline kept me going, and I did stop running until I reached our own property, and even then I only slowed down to a jog. By the time I reached the cabin, I was panting. My chest hurt, and I was drenched in sweat. That trend the last time I went into the woods alone, I thought to myself as I stepped into the cabin. Emma was messing with the radio in the kitchen. Her eyes widened as she looked up at me. "What happened to you?" she asked. "I saw something in those woods," I responded bluntly. "Like what?" she pressed. Now this sounds crazy, but I think I saw my family out there. They were smiling and waving at me. I said, "Maybe you just miss them a lot. See, it okay? I kind of miss my family too," she replied. "Well, what about Dave?" I asked. "Damn it, why would you ask that?" I thought to myself as I waited for a response. I miss him for sure, and I hope you're all right, but not as much as my family. Our relationship was having a lot of trouble. I think him taking me here was a last-ditch effort to save it. She admitted there were a few seconds of awkward silence before I spoke again. "How weren't that radio going?" I asked. It had mostly been static, but earlier I heard a voice. It kind of sounded like a man, and it was asking for help, saying they were coming for him. She said view I could respond. Mike and Chris stepped in through the glass door, carrying 3 skinned bass with them. "Dude, what happened to you?" Mike asked. "There was something weird I saw in those woods, man. I'm not ever going out in them alone." I told them the sudden realization hit me that whatever saw me could have followed me back. "What was in those woods?" Mike asked. I don't know. "I'm not really sure what I saw," I replied. "Tell them, guys. Maybe we're all just a little stressed out. Kind of need some relaxation." Emma said, "That a good idea, Emma. And we don't have any more alcohol up here, but still have some fun." "And be back," Mike said. Mike ran into the master bedroom and came back holding a Monopoly box. He went down to get their ass kicked. He grinned. I was stepping out of the bathroom when Chris grabbed my shoulder and pulled me aside. It was 11 at night, and the moon had once again remained its odd crimson color. "I know what you saw in those woods," Chris spoke in a hushed tone. "Listen, I don't think it was really anything," I replied. "Chris, I think I was just seeing things," I added. "No, I see it too. When I go off alone, when I go fishing, I see my father, and he waves for me to come to him. I also hear these whispers telling me to do things." He confessed. "Well, have you talked to Emma or Mike about this yet?" I asked. "No, I don't think they've seen what we have. They aren't like us." Chris said, "Are you okay, man? I mean, how much sleep have you been actually getting?" I pressed. "Not a lot. I've been staying up keeping watch on us, I mean. Something could break in at any time, and we have no idea what's out there," he replied. I nodded my head in agreement, but could help but feel there was something off about Chris. But considering we could be sitting in the middle of the apocalypse, I could really blame him. "You know, I've heard of stuff like this say." Chris called out to me as I was walking away. "What do you mean, Chris?" I asked. "Have you ever seen Batman? Scarecrow used this gas, making people hallucinate. You see their nightmares," he explained. "Chris, this isn't some fantasy movie," I said. No, but I've seen documentaries. You see, on the History Channel, armies before have tried to create something similar. Some sort of chemical or gas that drives someone crazy, makes them see things. It would be perfect in a war," he continued. "Well, let your hope that not the case," I replied. I sat and continued walking, but what he said made me think. Using some sort of gas to drive a population insane would make an invasion, or worse, an extermination, all that much easier. So far, I haven't seen any green gas in the air at all. And so far, Chris and I were the only ones having any issues. I shook my head and tried to get this off my mind. Things didn't get any better as more and more time went by. I asked Emma and Mike if they had been seeing things too. Mike gave off a firm, "What are you talking about?" But Emma responded with an anxious number. I mean, why would I be having some weird visions going on in my head? "Do you think I'm going crazy or something?" she asked. She tried to hide it, but she wasn't a good liar. I decided to have a conversation alone with Mike one night about it. I invited him out to the porch, and we sat in these two old wooden rockers that Mike and his dad made when he was a kid. We waited in silence for a minute or two, just staring out into the serene, bright water and the crimson moon perched just above it. We were both shivering, and my teeth chattered for a little bit. It was early fall in the south, yet ever since this storm, the temperature had been dropping significantly each day. At one point I almost jumped up when the little brown spider crawled over my foot. I relaxed when I saw it was just a spider, but I freaked out even more when I saw the brown fiddle on the back and recognized it as a brown recluse. I stepped on it quickly, thankful it had not bitten me. I started to then open my mouth, but Mike blurted, "Have you ever read the book of Revelations before?" I was a little startled by this, as I didn't really know Mike as a religious man. I mean, I've skimmed through it, but never really sat down and intently read it, I replied. "You see, therein this verse 6:12 talks about the opening of the sixth seal and the moon becoming as red as blood," he said. I remained silent. What if the storm was the rapture? We haven't heard from a single person since it happened. What if we'd the only ones left behind? Mike asked. I turned around to tell him how ridiculous that sounded, but I could see how nervous he was. "Listen, man, I don't think the world is ending. It's probably just some sort of biological attack from another country or something. We've been out here for weeks, Mike. We have to see someone. We have to go check on Samsung, even if it is just our niece. I said now, I thought of many reasons why that would be a bad idea, but I too was eager to discover the fate of the rest of civilization. For all we knew, we could be the last people on Earth. Alright, then tomorrow we'll head to that convenience store in Dillard. If other people are still out there, there and bound to be someone there. I think the two of us are the only ones that should go. Emma seems to be losing it, and your brother can stay and watch her in the cab. Mike agreed. Mike opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by a long screech coming from the woods, which was followed by more howls and growls. We started hearing noises like this around a week ago, and then become more and more frequent each night, and just the same as the nights prior. Mike once said again, "It ain't just bobcats and wild dogs." I was sitting at a long wooden table, my family surrounding me. On top of the table, there was a surplus of food I had seen in weeks. Turkey bread, beans, salad. We were out in an open, sunny field. My family was all smiling as they passed the food around. "You can be with us, Jake. You can be happy," they said, and then a loud rumbling noise filled the atmosphere and the sky turned red. Now my family faces were distorted and inhuman. I jumped up and squeezed my eyes shut, and when I reopened them, I was looking up at a dark wooden ceiling, and I was sweating. I jumped up out of my bed and looked around the dark room, but I saw nothing. I heard thuds on the wooden floor quickly coming towards my door. I grabbed the revolver that was on the nightstand and waited. The door flung open and Mike stepped in. I breathed a sigh of relief. "Jesus, dude, you gotta say something before you just barge in. Hell, I almost shot you." I laughed a little. "It's our Emma, she gone," he said. All my laughter left me as Mike and I stepped back into the hallway. The room to Emma's door was flung wide open, and her sheets were flung out on the floor. That wasn't the disturbing part. There was a trail of scratches and blood leading out from her room to the open back door of the cabin, and directly behind the door and across the driveway were the thick, pitch-black and strangely silent woods. "We gotta go get her," I urged Mike. "What? Now in the dark? That and suicide. Just wait until daylight," he replied. I tried to calm down and not let my emotions control me, but it was hard. "Where the hell are Chris? He was supposed to keep watch," I demanded. Mike's face gave off an "oh" expression as he began to frantically look around the cabin. I ran to the kitchen and then the porch. What the hell, I thought as I stepped out onto it. Chris was sitting at the edge of the dock just holding the shotgun and looking up into the sky. "Chris," I shouted as I ran down to him. "Isn't it all just beautiful?" he responded as I ran up next to him. "What? What are you talking about?" I shouted again. "The stars, the moon," he responded almost joyfully. "You are supposed to be watching the cabin. Emma gone now because of you." I accused. His facial expression changed immediately, like he just snapped out of some sort of daze. He quickly ran up to the cabin, swinging around the shotgun as he went. I followed him back up. "Oh no, 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 I'm so soft," he said, burying his face in his hands. None of us went back to sleep for the rest of that night. The moment dawn broke, we headed out into the forest all armed. We made sure not to split up, although Chris would often straggle behind. We saw no trace of Emma anywhere. No blood, no torn clothing, no nothing. We only shouted out a few times for fear that something else would hear us. After a few hours, we gave up on our search and headed back towards the cabin. I was scared, not just for Emma, but for us as well. See, we were no longer hidden, and whatever had found her was dangerous. It broke in and took her without a sound. Mike and I decided to keep our promise of going out and seeing if we could find anyone. We almost had to at that point. Mike came up to me while I was putting back on a thick jacket. "Listen, Jake, I think you should take Chris with you and see," he said. "Why?" I asked. "See, I'm kind of worried about him lately. He been acting strange," Mike explained. "But he just got a case of cabin fever or something." I didn't mention the visions or whispers to him, I replied. "Yeah, you're right. Sounds like a good idea, but are you going to be okay here by yourself?" Mike asked. I could see that he was gripping a Bible tightly in his right hand. Yeah, I'm going to do some fishing, he said. "All right. Well, we'll be back in a few hours. Just be careful, buh," I replied. I patted him on the shoulder before heading out to Christian truck. Chris and I were silent as we drove down the dirt road and then the highway. The only thing we saw were a couple of mutilated deer and empty cars. I sat staring out the window, only able to think of Emma and Dave. I feel really bad for Emma, I finally broke the silence. "Why?" Chris asked, but with a tone that suggested his mind was on other things. We always talked about how much she controlled Dave in life, how bad she was, but I think it was the opposite now. I said, "Well, why do you think that?" Chris sounded a little bit more interested. "You see, she told me all about it before she went missing. Man, she told me about how Dave always makes her do things with him, even when she insists that he just goes off with us." I spoke sympathetically. "Well, if we ever see them again, I'd tell her. I'm sorry," Chris responded. I felt like he was drifting off again, back into his own mind somewhere far away from here. "I don't think we're ever gonna see either of them again, Chris." I spoke softly and went back to staring out the window. Chris remained quiet. The farther away from the cabin we went, the more uneasy I felt. We reached the convenience store in Dillard by the afternoon. Chris stepped out of the car, armed and ready for anything to come at us. But nothing did. There was a good number of empty cars in the parking lot and road there. We had yet to see another car or person, so I pretty much came to the conclusion that the rest of the world was in just as bad a shape as us. "We gotta go check those cars. I'm gonna go into the stores," Chris said to me quietly. I nodded and we split off. I noticed the air had gotten so cold I could see my breath now. I immediately noticed one of the cars had its doors ripped off, and I headed over to it. I winced a little when I looked inside. The interior was covered with blood. I looked back over to the car next to it and noticed that it too was covered with blood. "Jay," I heard Chris scream and quickly ran over to the store. I stepped in with my gun raised, but Chris was completely fine. "What are you doing screaming like that?" I shouted angrily. "Look!" He pointed at the floor. I looked down and jumped back. The floor was covered with dry blood. As I looked around, I noticed the entire store was a mess. There were shelves knocked over and glass cracked and shattered. I even noticed a few shells on the floor, but like the cars, I didn't see any bodies. We moved on to the restaurant next door and were met with the same results. There was no sign of anyone anywhere. We tried the phones in the restaurant, in the store, but they didn't work. We silently headed back out to the truck, with me in the lead. My jaw dropped when it came into sight. The truck tires, all four of them, were flat. What the I heard it coming from behind me. What the Chris screamed. "Chris, can you shut up?" I sneered at him through clenched teeth. "Testing. We could still drive with flat tires, or at least slowly. But we don't have time to check anywhere else right now. We gotta get back to your brother. He ain't all alone, I said to Chris. Shivers nodded, but I could see that he was angry. We drove back slowly. The screeching noise made from the wheels on the pavement was awful and loud. I tried not to think about it, but I knew that anyone and anything within a mile could probably hear us. We only made it 10 minutes before the truck came to a grinding halt. Chris cursed as he got out of it. Oh no, I heard him mumble. My heart dropped when I saw what he was worried about. There was a trail of gas behind the truck. No, we've stuck out here, god damn it, Chris said. He kicked the side of his truck. Well, it'll help if you do be quiet. So just calm down, Chris. We hit 4 weeks from those, and now they'm just too scared to face us. Come on, I urged. I covered my ears as Chris raised the shotgun on high and fired into the sky. Well, I'm right here. You want to fight? Come and get one, he yelled. I wasn't gonna let him get us both killed. Without hesitation, I drew my fist back and then socked him in the mouth. He fell to the ground, dropping the shotgun. Listen, Chris, you may have a death wish, but I sure as hell don't. Those things out there are gonna kill you, and our only chance is to make it back on foot before sunrise, unless you want to end up like those deer over there. Are you with me? I demanded. Shivers nodded once again. It seemed like he had been broken out of a trance. He reached for the shotgun, but I grabbed it before he could. I'm gonna keep this with me for now, I said. Yeah, fine, he mumbled. We walked again in complete silence. There were empty cars every now and then on the side of the road, but neither of us knew how to hotwire one. As the sun lowered in the sky, I grew more and more nervous, and when I began to see the horizon turn orange and her shadows grow tall, I began to panic. We had even hit the dirt road yet. Every now and then I thought I would hear rustling in the woods around us. I wasn't sure if it was just harmless animals, but I felt like we were being hunted. We gonna die out here, Chris said bluntly as the sky turned purple. Dude, Doc say that we nowhere near the cabin. Ain't gonna be dark any minute now, I replied. I heard a growl not too far off in the woods. I began to think of my family and my other friends, how I missed them deeply, and wondered where they all were right now, if maybe they were in a better place. We could hide in some house or a car or something, I anxiously said as I watched the blood moon rise in the night sky. Jake, you know that they're watching us? They following us, waiting for the right moment to pang, Chris said to me. I did not respond. I just kept walking Jake. He grabbed my shoulder and I turned around to face him. My eyes were wide and my face was pale, but Christian was calm. He grabbed the shotgun out of my hand. I want you to protect my little brother for me, he said. I realized what he was doing. No, you can. I protest. I'm losing it. Jake, I see things. I hear these things. I've become a liability. I'll get you both killed if I'm around. I will do my best to try and hold them back, but you need to run as fast as you can, he explained. He cocked the shotgun. I heard more and more growls and roars coming from the woods. They were close and they were loud. I stood motionless as Chris turned around to face them. Go now, he shouted. I took off running faster than I ever had before. I heard a screech and gunshots, but didn't turn around to check. I ran until my feet burned and my chest stung. My adrenaline kept me going and I couldn't slow down. I finally got to the dirt road and I didn't take much time on it before I realized how dangerous it was out in the open like that. On the right side of the road, out in a field, I could barely make out an old, broken-down cabin. I made my way quickly inside. There were broken-down walls and piles of junk everywhere. It seemed like a good place to hide. I decided to wait out the rest of my night there. It seemed like the best option for survival. I went inside what I presumed to be the bathroom, and I sat down in there. I was safe there for a few hours. I could sleep, so I just kind of sat there in a frightened daze. A low growl nearby snapped me out of it, though. I almost jumped up and screamed when I heard it. The growl had been right outside the house. After a few moments of silence, I heard the floorboards creak, and I knew I wasn't alone in the cabin anymore. I felt fear like I'd never felt before. I felt cold throughout my entire body and deep down inside. I slowly tried to control my breathing, but it just got louder. The creaking was getting closer to my hiding spot. I tried to move my leg and bumped a nearby rock, but an idea popped into my head. I slowly reached toward the stone and picked it up. I didn't waste any time and chucked it as hard as I could into the darkness. I heard a loud thud on the other side of the cabin, and the creaking changed direction. This was my only chance, I thought, as I slowly crept out, still crouching. It was almost pitch black, and I couldn't make out anything else in the cabin. I felt relief run through my veins. Once, I stepped out of it. I sped up my creeping, trying to move as fast away from the cabin as I could, while still trying to be stealthy. I then spent the rest of the night creeping through the woods, moving towards the direction of the cabin, and hiding in brush every time I heard a noise. I didn't think I was actually going to make it back. That night felt like a million hours, but eventually I saw daylight on the horizon. I almost broke into a cry when the cabin finally came into view. I burst through the door frantically, looking around for Mike, and he was on his knees praying. I said. He turned around. "Hey, where in Chris?" he asked. Hey, look, I'm sorry, Mike," I replied. "What, no?" Mike threw his Bible across the room and turned around and kicked the couch. There was no chance both of us were going to make it without him. We would be here. Mike was listening. He was throwing things around and kicking furniture. It didn't take long for the rage to leave him. He lay down on his knees, face buried in his palms, just like Chris had been after Emma went missing. I went over and tried to comfort him, but he just stormed into his room, slamming the door shut behind him. We spent the next few days in complete silence. Mike hardly moved, just moped around and read his Bible. But he told me of an event that happened while we were gone. He had gotten on the fishing boat and decided to patrol around the lake, see if anyone else at the few other lake cabins would be around. While he was going slowly by the shoreline, he heard whispers, thought it was another human. As he steered the boat to a dock, he saw his father staring at him. He began to speed up, but stopped when he saw other people with him, including people he knew were dead like Emma. We had a long conversation about those visions and how I thought this was making us go crazy. There was one other lake house on the lake, one we had checked out yet. I told Mike I was going to check it out, see if there was anyone in there. We both already knew the answer to that, but I was really wanting to get away from the cabin for a while. I loaded on the boat, brought the usual shotgun and flashlight with me. I left early in the morning, so I would have most of the day to be there. I didn't want to have to stay past sundown. I had to deal with all the things in the woods that came out at night. I took the boat slowly over there, watching the still water, trying to keep my mind off of things. Now, that dock had an empty spot, and I tied up the boat and headed in to investigate. I was sure what I expected to be inside, but it was painted red with blood. In the kitchen was the most gruesome thing I'd ever seen. There were two headless bodies crawling with maggots, and there was another shotgun laying on the floor. I almost wanted to vomit. I looked around, but there was no suicide note or anything. I checked the kitchen and found some old canned food, stuffed it in my bag, but I felt pretty disgusted about taking it from this house. It did not take me long for me to start hearing the whispers again. I felt the paranoia come over me and began to develop a massive headache. I shouted alone to no one, and I left the cabin with half the day left. Well, I was untying the boat. I heard something that made me stop for a second. At first there was a low hum, and I thought it was just from my headache or tinnitus. But then it got louder, but not covering your ears loud, but more like rumbling. It seemed to come from the sky, and sounded like someone was playing a low, far-off trumpet. It only lasted around 6 seconds, but it was enough to deeply unnerve me. I felt a deep sense of unease come over me, and I hurriedly untied the boat. I jumped in and sped off. What the hell was I thinking going off alone again, especially after what happened with Chris? I scolded myself as I got further away, but I felt an urge, a longing, and I could help but turn around to look back one last time at the cabin I had just left. It sent chills throughout my body, black silhouettes of people in the windows watching me. I turned back around quickly and didn't look back again. Going fast on the open water, with already cold wind, was miserable, but I didn't care. When I got home, I saw Mike standing by the side of the cabin, staring off into the woods. I tied up the boat, and I walked up to him. I didn't see anything in the cabin. It was empty. "What are you? What are you doing?" I asked, deeply concerned for him. "I was just, I don't know," he said, shaking his head and walking back into the cabin. "Wait, did you hear some sort of a trumpet noise in the sky?" I asked. Mike simply turned around and nodded his head before going back in. To my surprise, nothing ever came back to our cabin and tried to break in. We had agreed that our best chance at survival would be to stay in this cabin and ride the storm out. The days crept by slowly. We were filled with sorrow and misery. I noticed one day a dead crow in front of our door. I asked Mike about it, and he said he had seen lots of dead birds laying on the ground recently. I ached for some sense of light, some sense of hope. My prayers were answered, but not in the form neither me or Mike wanted. It had been a week since Chizern's death, and Mike and I were eating dinner quietly at the table when we heard frantic knocking on the front door. I reached for a nearby pistol and slowly walked toward it, keeping it ready. Mike remained in a seat watching. "Please help me, Summy." I heard a plea come from the other side of the door. After a bit of hesitation, I slowly opened it. An old bloody man came stumbling in, collapsing on the floor. One of his arms was mangled beyond any use. His makeshift cast didn't cover it that well, as I could still see white bone and rotting flesh over it. "Who the hell are you?" I questioned, keeping the gun up. "Please don't shoot. I barely made it here. You can put me back out there. They're gonna get me. They killed everyone I know. They killed my children, my wife," he begged. "All right, okay," I said, beckoning Mike to get him some water, and he complied. We sat the man down on the couch and began questioning him. We asked who he was, where he came from, and everything else. "My name is Harold. I'd been out there on the run for weeks, moving from one broken-down house to the other. You're the first people I've seen alive, and geez, God knows how long I came from Atlanta." He explained there were a lot of weird things going around there. A lot of military vehicles were seen everywhere. Nobody knew what was going on. They thought it was because of terrorism or something, and then the storm hit, and it seemed to come out of nowhere. Everyone was trying to leave the city after it happened. It was almost impossible to get out. We were trying to reach my wife B family in Arkansas. We never made it. We only took the back roads and saw less and less people as we went. One night, we were parked on the side of the road and about to fall asleep. I woke to screams. Then I was yanked out of the car and dragged into the night. A thing had my arm and a lockjaw grip. I had to put all 6 shots of my revolver into it before it even let go. Then I just took off running. I did look back. Well, what is causing all this? I mean, what are those things out there? I asked. Well, I call them the Night Stalkers. I'd yet to see what one looks like, but I know they're dangerous. They smart too. They mostly come at night. They're quiet while they sneak up on you. They're like lions, just these terrifying predators. He replied, so, I mean, what are they? The aliens or something? I continued, like I said, I have no idea. Whatever it was, the military could do jack. There were rumors that they bombed the cities to stop something. We also heard that the military bases became safe houses, and then we heard that they became chaotic, and that everyone began killing each other over there, so we completely avoided one. But these were all just rumors that we heard from other people on the road. Dan, Harold said. Well, I mean, we could always use more company. I'm good with you staying here, but I'm not sure about my friend over there, I said, flicking my head towards Mike, who responded by letting out a low mumble. He can stay, Mike said. Harold started to get up, but I stopped him. Hey, have you seen any sign of safety out there? Any other groups of people? We can't stay here much longer. I mean, at some point, we gonna be caught, I asked. Well, we tried to avoid any towns, only taking the back roads, but I wouldn't be so sure about other groups. Whatever is going on is weird. I don't understand it at all. Those things you see, they're just a small part of it. The temperature hasn't not stopped dropping in weeks. It's going to hit 0 at some point, and sometimes I hear things. Harold replied, you see? There ran voices, and my head starts to spin. My mind becomes cluttered with hundreds of thoughts. Hell, it seems like this whole event is beyond our basic perception and understanding. It driving us absolutely crazy. Yeah, we saw some other people, and hell, they were going completely off the edge. They acted just like animals, killing each other, tearing each other apart, and even the actual animals like dogs, house cats, well, they went bat crazy too, he added. Luckily I had that revolver with me and a lot of ammo. People still go down in one shot. Luckily too bad I dropped that damn thing on the run. It did all right. We have guns here, Mike responded, his eyes widening. Can I see them? Harold asked. You just hold your horses, old man. We just met you, and I think you should be more worried about cleaning off what din left of your arm. I said we got him in the shower and wrapped up his arm with actual bandages, but I'd be surprised if it did not get infected at some point anyway. Having Harold around went well for a couple of days, even though we had to keep watch on him most of the time. He cooperated and helped us make food and fish, which for I had absolutely developed a hate for the taste of by now. It all ran smoothly till about the 3rd night. I woke to the sound of shouting, and I ran to the living room. Harold was holding Mike at gunpoint. Easy, Harold. Just put that gun down. Mike spoke softly. Well, if not you, I want to hurt, he responded bitterly, and pointed the gun at his chin instead. Whoa. Well, what are you doing, man? If you fire that thing, every night walker within a mile is going to hear it. We have food, shelter, and a nice hiding spot here. You do not have to do this, I pleaded. You don't now understand. I lied earlier. We did go through every town we could, and they were all dead or crazy. There is nothing out there but death, and we're gonna die too. It's better to go out this way than whatever is going to happen if the night walkers get to you, Harold said. He aimed his gun back at Mike. Trust me, I'd be doing you a favor. I took this chance to rush at Harold, knocking him down to the ground while he fired. The bullet hit a nearby candle and knocked it off the table. Harold was bigger than me, kicked me off of him, still holding the gun. You don't have to do this. There is still something out there. It got to be Hulk, I insisted. No, there is, Harold replied. Harold put the gun up to his chin and squeezed the trigger just as I was reaching towards him. There was a loud gunshot, and I was covered in blood. I did not say a word. I just stood there frozen in shock. Oh my God, was all that could escape my lips. We both stood motionless for God knows how long. Seeing people already dead was one thing, but witnessing it happen right in front of me was something entirely different and much worse. We both stood motionless, that is, until I felt heat at my back. My senses came back to me. I jumped about 3 feet away when I noticed there was a fire behind me. It had broken out when the candle fell on the carpet and was spreading. Mike was still standing motionless in shock. Dude, come on. We gotta get this fire out. I began shaking him. He shook his head and blinked, almost like coming back into consciousness. I ran into the kitchen and began filling up a cup of water, Mike right behind me. We frantically attempted to get the fire out by dumping the water on it, but it had little to no effect. I also began to hear screeches come from the woods and heard them get closer as we worked. Once the fire had almost fully engulfed the living room, I knew it was time to give up. We grabbed the guns. We grabbed a few packs of supplies, and we grabbed the keys to his truck. I grabbed a few granola bars before heading into my room and packing jackets and whatever I could into a bag. The smoke stung my eyes and made it hard to breathe. I didn't want to die in there waiting for Mike, so I ran out, leaving the front door open behind me. Normally, I would have turned my attention to watch the fire, but I focused instead on the dark rustling trees and the noises coming from within them. I grew nervous and fearful that I would be stuck alone out here with any weapon and anywhere to go, and to be left to a horrible fate. My hope was rekindled when I heard coughing and turned around to see Mike stumble out of the burning cabin, carrying a shotgun in each hand. We acted quickly, throwing whatever we had into the bed and then starting the truck. We drove off in silence, and I stared out at the back and watched the flames reach towards the stars as the walls collapsed. As we drove down, the dark dirt rolled. The dread of what just happened hit me. We had limited gas, limited supplies, and nowhere to go. It'd been a little over a week since the cabin burned down. We hardly had any rest at all. We spend almost all of our time on the road, taking turns driving. The only stops we make are for gas. We can risk staying still for too long, knowing what is out there every time we drive to a new town or stop at a new gas station. I hope to see another human being, but it's rare to see a body, and each time we do, the light of hope that runs inside me dwindles. Sometimes I feel like I want to rip my brain out of my head. the voices constantly telling me to stop, pull over, and join them. I see people I know on the side of the road, people like Chris and Emma, people I know are long gone, and now I have a constant, agonizing headache. Every time we get gas, I have to get a whole new bottle of aspirin, and I try to tell myself that there's something else out there, but I hardly believe it anymore. I look into Mikey's eyes, and I can see it too. He's nearly given up. He does not read from his Bible anymore, praying, or he barely speaks, just stares out of the window. I always keep an eye on him just to make sure he does not walk off with a shotgun and do what Harold did. Sometimes I want to do it too, just to end this constant sense of fear. We have heard less and less night walkers, but even more weird things have begun to happen. For instance, we don't even hear any animals at night anymore. And one day, while we were driving, all the remaining birds began to drop dead out of the sky. And now we hear the loud trumpet noise every day. Sometimes it's in only 5 seconds. Other times, it lasts 15, and luckily for us, the temperature hit around 10 degrees and came to a standstill. I gave up on trying to decipher what was happening around us for a long time. For all I knew, we could be the last 2 people on Earth, and just hope that we could find some shelter out there or some other people. And I just hope that we'd find some peace under a blood-red moon. Astral projection to Area 51. I had my first out-of-body experience when I was 4 years old. I remember having a vivid dream that took place inside my bedroom, and then suddenly halfway waking up, I saw my own body from above as I floated in the air of the dark room. Of course, having no idea what was happening, I screamed, and I kept screaming until I could finally hear my own cries that forced me awake. And this began to happen again and again, more frequently, and my parents had gone from comforting me every night to becoming worried and sometimes annoyed. "It's just night terrors, sweetie," Mom would say, stroking my hair. "We'll get you help," Dad added, his voice tired but steady. I took medication that rid me of what they saw as night terrors, and then I was weaned off the pills by the time I was 6, but my obas started up again. I was older then, not as frightened, but before long I was teaching myself how to control it. I could float around my bedroom. It was fun. It beat the hell out of any regular old dreams, and sometimes even the lucid ones, which I am also no stranger to. I soon began to expand my territory. I couldn't touch or interact with anything while outside of my body, so my options for nightly entertainment in my room were limited. Floating through the toy chest and seeing the insides of my stuffed animals was only fun for so long. So I trained my strange superpower and increased its range. After a month or so of trying, I was able to explore the rest of our house. I could watch late-night television with my parents without them ever knowing, although I had no say in what channel was on. Nights, they watched HBO or one of their R-rated movies were the best. The sound was always limited in a projected state. Voices were muffled like people were speaking underwater. But luckily for me, my mom was hard of hearing, so she always watched television with the captions on, which benefited my viewing experience during my nightly escapades. It also had me reading at a high school grade level by age 8. I think I kind of assumed at first that everybody had my ability, that it was just part of what it meant to be human. But after I brought up how I flew around the house at breakfast a couple of times. "Mom, last night I floated right through the kitchen wall," I said one morning, eyes wide with excitement. She chuckled, pouring cereal. "Sounds like a fun dream, kiddo. Eat up." And they just told me that it sounded like a fun dream. I realized that I could really do something special. Sometimes I would even use it to spy on my dad when he wrote his stories late at night on his computer in his office. I always found it funny how mad he would get when programs weren't working or he couldn't figure something out. "Damn it, why won't this load?" he'd mutter, slamming keys. He always had some interest in midnight snack recipes as well. He was a cool dad all around. For example, when I was 7, in the summer of 1996, he took me to see Independence Day. "Ready for some alien action, son?" Dad grinned as we settled into the theater seats, popcorn in hand. Now, looking back, I was probably a little too young for all the destruction and alien violence, but there was always one set piece that interested me, which I looked forward to seeing each time the movie was on television or playing on a well-worn VHS tape. With the title I've given to this story, you can probably see where I am going with this. It was the Area 51 stuff in the film that stuck with me the most. "Look at that secret base under the desert," I whispered to Dad during the scene, mesmerized by the underground labs. "Yeah, all make-believe," he replied with a wink. "But wouldn't it be wild if it was real?" I was fascinated by the movie creators' designs and ideas about what the secret military base looked like. Actually, when I was young, I thought they had filmed those scenes inside the real place, like they had gotten special access to some big underground extraterrestrial workshop right out of science fiction. I later rationalized that they just knew what the place looked like and recreated it. And it wasn't until I was 9 that I comprehended that they completely made it up. That realization both disappointed and fascinated me. I had to know what was really down there, how it ran, what experiments they might have been running, what kind of people worked there, and of course whether or not they actually had aliens or their technology locked up in some secretive warehouse in the middle of the desert. By the time I was 10, our house had internet access. I was gulping up the classic conspiracy nowaries about the base, going from one Geocities or Anglefear site to the next, and eating up every doctored image of alien autopsies and examinations of UFOs that I could find. Games like Half-Life and its Black Mesa compound, or Perfect Darks, take on Area 51 or the arcade shooter itself, all scratched an itch, but I knew when I was young just what I wanted to do with my special power. I would cheat the system. I would bypass all that security without anyone ever knowing, without ever having to join the military, just to maybe get a shot at seeing the place. Could you blame me? I mean, if you could do what I can, wouldn't you try? I wasn't even that far away. I grew up in Kingman, Arizona. Las Vegas was just a day trip, and the ranch, as it's sometimes called, wasn't far past that. Area 51, a legendary producer of American lore, was always just past the horizon while I came of age, and one day I would see it. The problem was that I'd have to practice every night if I could. The range of my astral projection was my weakness, and I would have to self-train myself to extend it. It wasn't like I could just consult with a mentor or look up OB tips and tricks on the internet. When I was in middle school, I learned how some Native American tribes spent their adolescence on vision quests, a spiritual journey involving fasting and praying that allegedly sometimes resulted in the sensation of leaving one's body elsewhere in the world. Various drugs could supposedly trigger out-of-body experiences. None of these things were an option for me, either to learn from or enhance my natural ability. I tried to avoid drugs entirely. They only inhibit my skill. Heck, even taking an Advil before bed makes the projection muddled and weak. The only way I could get better was by exercising strenuously. I took naps whenever I could. I meditated often and taught myself how to lucid dream every night. Anything to master my inner self. By the time I was 14, I was sometimes getting 12 hours of sleep a day. It's pretty excessive, even for a teenager. Over time, the boundary increased. The dark edges of the astral realm, which I could not breach, expanded outward. My neighborhood became my playground. I would go to bed early whenever my body allowed it, giving me time to float about and observe the secret lives of our neighbors before everyone else went to bed. You can call me a pervert, I wouldn't blame you. But I am also not gonna share what I've seen or name names. My curiosity and its rewards are for me alone. Suffice to say, though, humans are strange when the veneer we all put on for the public fades away for the day, and we stop being a side character in others' lives. Our true selves come out. Turns out, every family or couple has its problems. Those familiar arguments and little debates. We all have our peculiar hobbies and preferred subject matter that we look up online late at night when we think no one else is watching. But I am not judging. If you lived in Kingman while I did, I apologize in advance for the fact that I may have spied on you for a bit at one point or another. Rest assured, though, your secrets are safe with me. I am not going to say anything about anyone. I enjoy cheating the laws of the universe and observing without physically being there. But that's no excuse to start gossip. That said, though, I admit I was no angel. I was a teenage guy for a few years of my life, and sometimes when I took a sick day in high school, I did have a few ghostly visits to the girls' locker rooms. Now, before you scold me, let me say that I was more fascinated by my astral range at that point than the things that I saw in the gym without others knowing. That wasn't the only exploration I did at my high school, though. I would go there night after night, up and down its dark halls. When you think about it, how often did you get to be at your school at night? The few times you were, it was probably for some events where all the lights were on. There are few things more unnatural in this world than seeing your school in darkness. The shouts and bickering of its loud students, not even a lingering whisper in the air. I often heard things when I visited, but they weren't audible. Rather, they were auditory hallucinations. The trick of a mind, even projected, caused by empty, liminal space. Don't forget, whatever I could actually hear would be muffled, so I could tell the difference. I never saw any ghosts or demons or extra-dimensional beings while in a projected state, and I did look every now and then. I could have sworn another person sensed my presence, or even looked right at me, and in these instances I would always freeze up for a second, but it was just a coincidence each time, based on my position as I watched them. What attracted their attention was something on television, or their cat making noise. The wind on their curtains I've never been seen. I don't think it's even possible. I've even paid a visit to every psychic in town, as they supposedly connected a customer with the deceased loved one to no effect. Your aunt says she's proud, one psychic droned to her client, oblivious to me hovering inches away. They were either all frauds or just not very good at their profession. By the time I was out of state and in college, I had a firmer grasp on the reality of everything, including the banality of the place I had long wanted to one day break into. I had accepted by then that, in all likelihood, Area 51 was little more than a secretive military installation where prototype aircraft were housed and flown, warehouses of spy planes and bombers, many of which were never mass-produced. Maybe it really did have its share of government secrets, but I no longer really believed that it had something more exotic, like aliens and their flying saucers. Life had disenchanted me to the point where I believed the Roswell incident really was just a weather balloon, Apologies to my childhood hero, Fox Mulder, but I no longer really cared about believing. Then my dad died in my sophomore year. Heart attack, the doctor said flatly over the phone to Mom. Suddenly, I am sorry. Having focused on schoolwork and a smaller, more chaotic sleep schedule, I hadn't expanded my projection range all throughout college, and the students in my dorm were also predictable. That spying on them got boring. They played video games, got high, sometimes even did their schoolwork, and ignored calls from their parents. But once I came home for winter break to attend the funeral and spend some time with my mom, I got back into my nightly jaunts. It was a sort of way of grieving through reliving my youth and remembering how much fun I could have as I simultaneously lay in bed and explored the town. And, truthfully, I was also hoping to somehow find my dad lingering about in that other realm. It was a sudden heart attack that took him out of life, and I figured that if anyone had unfinished business and a reason to cling on to the world of the living, it would be him. But he never showed up. You know, I regretted not telling him my secret back then, thinking that, if he had known, maybe he would have tried to speak to me when I was floating around the house, halfway between the corporeal world and whatever is next for us. If he here is anything at all. Hey, Dad, what if I could really fly? I'd imagine saying, too late. Looking back, there was no logic in my regrets. I was simply coping in my own way. I was, however, awakened to the idea of mortality and how limited our time could really be. And so I made a promise to fulfill the wish of my younger self and see that secretive place out in the desert before I die, and perhaps spend the rest of eternity drifting around the world. By that point, I wouldn't have a body to return to and no ability to tell you all what big secrets I might have uncovered. And certainly, if Area 51 did turn out to be a disappointment, there were so many other places I could check out that most humans would never see. I could visit the bunker under the White House, or get within inches of the radioactive molten slag that made up the elephant's foot under the Chernobyl power plant. I could swim around an active volcano, see the inside of a famous dead person's coffin, count the money in a major bank's vault, peer into safety deposit boxes, and make bizarre finds throughout a self-storage building. Some of those things I had already done, actually. Not that there is much of interest to see in the region. I spent a night in Las Vegas once, though, going around its casinos and seeing the security rooms and offices of the owners was one of my highlights. By that point, I am still trying to figure out some way to cheat at the games without getting my kneecaps broken in the process. After college, I spent a few more years refining my techniques and learning how to spend my meditative energy farther and farther outward. When I first discovered my power, I was restricted to my bedroom. At my high school, I could go a few miles out. By college graduation, I was able to get 20 miles away from my body, but the farther out I got, the more mentally exhausted I would be when I returned to my physical self, and the less time I had to project. I can move about quickly when I explore, much faster than I can when I am stuck inside muscle and bone. I've learned to catapult myself through the air to get around long distances. It's not quite as good as flying, but it isn't a bad accomplishment for an amateur without a teacher. Those big jumps are necessary for extended projection. I can't wake up unless I return to my body, and that's the scariest aspect of what I can do. There have been times where I feel like I just barely made it back before a piece of myself faded away, and the thought of what might happen if I didn't return before running out of spiritual fuel, or whatever you want to call it, has always been the one thing that's kept me from taking bigger risks. Area 51. Well, that'd be my toughest challenge yet, just because of the distance that I'd have to cover. I had given some thought to the possibility that the secret airbase might have some sort of detector able to spot me. It didn't seem likely, But in a world where there are pictures of pretty much everything, the fact that seemingly no one had ever leaked photos from deep inside the place made it enigmatic, like it was detached from the rest of reality. Once I put my mind back to it, I began to obsess about getting inside just to see it. I had to see what was inside, if only to put a compulsive curiosity to rest. And then a meme made me move up my schedule. You see, in 2019, a group of a few hundred people showed up to raid Area 51 out of the thousands that originally planned to participate. Their proclaimed goal was to see them aliens, and that they couldn't all be denied the chance. They're not slowing us down because they're already here. One raider joked in a viral video, but of course it turned out to be a little more than a party near the base, with only a few arrests. It wasn't that I was worried about them getting inside and messing things up or causing the military staff to trigger some self-destruct safety measure. I just didn't want them to book up all the nearby rooms. By then, I had gotten my range up to about 30 miles, and I wasn't sure if I could do any better, as it simply felt like my upper limit. But if I stayed at Rachel, Nevada, which was around that far north of the base, I could make it work. I reserved a room in the small desert town's motel for an entire week, which was probably one of the longest stays they'd ever seen, and to call it a town, well, that's a stretch. The place isn't more than a rest stop in the middle of nowhere. It has no restaurants outside of the motel, so most of my meals would come from the combination gas station general store. I wasn't expecting to be able to fully explore the base in a single night, but I didn't think it would be so huge that I wouldn't be able to cover it within my time frame. I went to bed as early as I could on my first night at the alien-themed motel, barely able to contain my excitement about the upcoming spiritual break in astral projection. For me at least, is best commenced in a lucid dream state. I can pull it off at limited distances in time while meditating, and I used to randomly experience it throughout the night, perceiving it as a regular dream where I just explored my surroundings. But lucid dreaming was the way to do it right, where I could redirect all of my unused physical energy into my formless wandering self, all while I slept comfortably in the warm bed elsewhere. The first night was actually a disappointment. I got there fine, going south and flinging myself across a bald mountain where I looked down at the lights of the base itself. Crossing the exterior fence was pretty exciting. Traversing the enclosed desert around the buildings was thrilling. I kept expecting to be surrounded by helicopters and commandos any second. But there I was strolling right into one of the most fortified places in the world. Problem was, I just couldn't figure out where to go to get into the sublevels. Everyone knew Area 51 has a basement, even without paying a visit, but they didn't make it easy to find a way down. I didn't want to spend too much time looking for nothing other than an elevator, just in case something happened and I lost my only chance to see anything of actual interest. So I relegated myself to exploring the aircraft hangars and the administrative offices. I had done a few trial runs on less secretive air bases, and on the surface the homey airport wasn't all that different from the norm. I saw soldiers on patrol, staff making phone calls. Groom Lake Control, this is Echo 7, all clear, one murmured into a radio, voice muffled. People eating in a mess hall or working on computers, vending machines, furniture, bathrooms, and locker rooms attached to exercise areas, everything one would expect to see. It wasn't all that surprising. Area 51 isn't even blurred out on Google Maps. Anything truly meant to be kept away from prying eyes would be out of view of any passing satellite. The hangars I saw only held standard fighter or surveillance aircraft, including a few models from the past. I even saw one of the first American jet fighters in good condition, an F-86, the kind used way back in the Korean War. Couldn't tell you why they're keeping it airworthy. The only element I couldn't fully explore, other than the data on the local servers, were the contents of the file cabinets spread across several of the offices and office recorders. I just have no way to see what's on papers that are pressed together inside a cabinet. So physical information wasn't only protected from possible hackers, it also keeps away the prying eyes of projectionists as well. I could have waited around for someone to open a file and read it as I peeked alongside them, but I kept my interest in covering ground instead. Now, honestly, I am not a big aircraft or military enthusiast. I am sure there are a million people out there who would be fascinated with just exploring the surface freely like I did. But it wasn't enough to make all the effort and planning worth it. I would have to try again on a second night, but if I couldn't find a way down after 3 attempts, I figured I'd be ready to head home disappointed. So maybe thinking that I could just dip myself down into the ground and keep going until I emerge into an alien autopsy room or dark energy reactor. The thing is, dropping beneath solid ground isn't easy. It's slow, and navigation is impossible, as I can no longer see anything. I have little sense of orientation or gravity when I project, so if I get disoriented, I could get turned around and end up burrowing towards the center of the earth, never returning to my body. It wasn't something I was about to try. I was restricted to elevators, just like the locals who somehow managed to get assigned to the place. On my second night, I finished exploring the surface buildings and focused my attention on getting down into the abyss below. It occurred to me that such a secretive base had no reason to make the elevators easier to find. I scoured the insides of walls looking for hidden rooms, but every building I revisited had no apparent means to gain access to the good stuff. The new idea didn't occur to me until I was halfway back to my body as dawn's first light swept the sky. I'd have to wait another day to try at the hangars. Area 51 was primarily used as a place to test out new aircraft and secrecy. That was what it was originally built to do, in a way that kept anything spying in the sky from catching a glimpse. There had to be at least one hangar, maybe a few of them, that connected directly to the underground, to let them manufacture their prototypes down below and bring them up for their test flights. What I had seen so far must have been just the tip of a big iceberg, thankfully. My third night of exploration proved the breakthrough I was waiting for. I went into one of the empty hangars, and despite no indication whether or not there was something beneath it, I lowered myself through the floor. After passing through about a meter of metal supports, I emerged into an enormous elevator shaft with dozens of lights built into its walls. The hangar was big enough on its own, but there was a whole pneumatic lift system that could raise or lower the entire floor of a structure designed to hold aircraft. It was my first clue that a megastructure lurked under the airport, and I went down about 50 feet until arriving at the bottom. A construction bay was just ahead, and some half-completed modern stealth aircraft occupied its space. Eventually, if they even planned on completing it, it would be wheeled onto the elevator and brought to the surface. But for now, the place was otherwise empty, with no tools or blueprints in sight. The flying wing-style aircraft was in a dull military gray color, and its cockpit was empty of any controls. I could have studied the thing all night, even if I wasn't all that interested in aircraft development. Instead, I moved on and began navigating the labyrinthine halls of a realm so few would ever get to see. Large concrete arches held up natural rock, excavated and drilled perhaps decades ago. Forklifts and inactive floodlights lingered in the halls, which were dimly lit up by orange sodium vapor lamps and fluorescent tubes. And I didn't see anyone at all in this part of the base. By the end of the night, I had realized that the first sublevel was barely any more remarkable than the surface, other than being an impressive engineering feat. It seemed like an area with its glory days long behind it. It had dozens of vacant offices, sealed locker rooms, empty vending machines, and only a few base staff walked past me my whole visit. I looked through more hangars, along with storage rooms filled with old experimental aircraft that might have never seen the light of day, and now sat frozen in time under a tarp. I also found some sort of conference room that for whatever reason had been buried behind a concrete barrier. It still had its tables and chairs, which are right out of the 1960s, and positioned like people had fled the room in a hurry for some reason. The room was still lit by a single dim wall light. The conference room turned out to be the most interesting thing I saw that night, just because of its mystery and the lack of any context. The first sublevel seemed to be self-amused. Maybe it sprang to life when a new contract for experimental aircraft arrived, and I had just shown up during the slow season, but I ended up spending the night wandering empty rooms and halls, mostly looking for a way farther down. It was a massive complex that I knew I didn't cover completely, and had no particular desire to continue exploring, because my gut told me it would be more of the same. Even so, I ended the night on another high note. See, around dawn I finally found a more active portion of the level that was lit more brightly and featured up-to-date rooms with modern computers and furniture. It was a small section overall, filled with a few dozen on-duty men and women. My lip reads told me that they're mostly just talking about current events. "Did you catch the game last night?" one tech asked a colleague, oblivious to my drift. The discovery of the area led me to the central elevator that had eluded me, which required key cards. I slipped past the doors, floated up to the lift itself, and looked at the buttons to see that I had 3 more levels to check out. As the sun rose, I flew up the elevator to see where it had been hiding, and I emerged into a hardened, concrete bunker-like building. I passed through a blast door and drifted along in a lengthy tunnel on the other side until I was under the sky again, and at a secondary checkpoint deeper inside the base. The entrance to the lower levels had been concealed with a mountainside, and the tunnel leading to it was buried at the end of a narrow valley, a good distance from the other surface buildings. It was both hard to see and well defended. Now, I did my best to memorize the location and returned to my body once again, ready to spend another day doing almost nothing as I waited to sleep and travel once more. My next visit, I knew, was going to be a special one. I had stocked up on microwavable meals upon arriving in Rachel, and rarely left my room, leaving the curtains drawn at all times. I knew I was messing around in a place I was never meant to see, that the government worked hard to keep it secret, so naturally I had grown paranoid that feds or the military would somehow track me down and come banging on the door. And well, I hadn't really felt that fear since I first started exploring as a kid, back when I thought the cops, of all people, would show up and arrest my young self for some sort of privacy invasion crimes. "Freeze. We know what you've been doing at night." I'd imagine them yelling. I never really rationalized how they might find me, though. But if anyone in the world could detect and find me, there was a good chance it might be the fine folks who have a career in Area 51. But I just couldn't work out how they would, either because there were too many unknowns about what they were capable of and what they researched. If they, for example, had at some point reverse-engineered alien technology, then who knows what manner of physics they were aware of that the rest of us may never understand while projecting. I was sending some piece of myself out into the world, something tangible if difficult to detect. I was receiving information and sending it back to my brain for processing. I just happened to never have found anyone that could tell me how I did what I did, and what kind of signals I might have been broadcasting that someone or something else could perceive. It's that fear, being caught, had always dogged me. It wasn't so much the consequences that scared me, as it was finding out that there existed a way to find or catch me in such a vulnerable state. This time, that worry was also manifesting itself in a perhaps rather crazy concern that Area 51 had a honeypot set up in part of its base that would attract people like me and capture our projected souls for imprisonment and experimentation. I started thinking that I would stumble upon a room of other trapped souls who got too curious. It felt like the perfect twist ending to my story. I could never see myself as the first one to truly have access to astral projection. I always assumed someone had done it before, and there were hundreds of people like me, if not more. And if that were true, then surely someone had paid a visit to a mysterious installation in an American desert. And if that were true, said installation might have already created countermeasures. Or I could just be overthinking and over-worrying again. That was the constant consequence of living a lonely life. I have stress feedback loops in my head that sometimes lead to panic attacks, but that's never been a problem while projecting. I guess that's one reason it usually makes me feel so peaceful. By the fourth night, all of my good food was gone, and the motel television was no longer providing any entertainment. Exploring the base was all I had to look forward to, and I wanted to make the most of it. As soon as I could, I jumped straight to the main elevator and floated my way down to the second sublevel. This was where the trains ran. Area 51 had long been rumored to have an underground rail system, though there were debates if it was just for local use or if it connected to more distant bases or hidden entrances or cargo depots. The level was almost entirely pure cave, drilled away some time ago by large machines. Flatbeds ran on electric rail, transporting material and aircraft parts across the installation. There were a few rooms to speak of, and the cars moved without human operators till they reached their terminus, where they were unloaded and moved by people who looked like they might have spent weeks at a time without seeing sunlight. "Careful with that crate, it's volatile," one worker grunted to another, their voices echoing faintly. I couldn't be certain if it was always this busy on this level, or if there was some big project in the works that required constant transport of goods. But it was definitely active down there, with cars coming and going constantly. The tunnels were maze-like and sprawling, and with little signage, it was easy to get lost. I must have spent around 2 hours just trying to find something more interesting than the extensive rail line itself. And after I unintentionally doubled back to the elevator, I chose to take it down again, instead of spending further time attempting to navigate the local subway system. The third sub-level was much smaller than the first, and it looked entirely different. Its corridors were narrow. It was confining and featured more metal than concrete or natural rock. It was reminiscent of the interior of a nuclear submarine, and most of the few people I saw walking around, they wore suits and ties, and those that did not, well, they were armed guards, which was strange. What were they protecting or trying to keep inside this far down? Aliens, I hoped. Seeing a live colony of little gray guys would have made this trip a lot more worth it, and I couldn't wait to describe them to the world, whether or not anyone believes any part of my story. But there was something weird and concerning about the floor. For one, I could no longer pass through the walls. I could push my way through some of the metal siding, but something inside the walls stopped me. Nor could I get through the bulkhead-style doors if they were closed, which severely limited my ability to explore the floor. I was able to get a peek inside the room when someone went into or left them occasionally, but they always got closed again, like it was protocol. If I had gone into any room, I would probably end up trapped inside it. It was a risk that I couldn't take well. Little I did see, If the offices and labs on this floor didn't suggest that aliens had ever been kept there, not that I had high expectations, the fact that I couldn't go through the walls or the floor and ceiling, for that matter, was something new to me. There must have been some sort of energy field inside them. Maybe they were there blocking something else, some kind of signal by extension. They limited my mobility in the process. Seeing the sublevel as a dangerous place to linger, I returned to the elevator and dropped downward to the fourth and presumably lowest level. Only I descended into darkness and something solid. I was already on the bottom floor, at least that the elevator serviced. Either they filled the space below with concrete to seal it off, where there was never another sublevel, and the button in the lift was just a dummy. For whatever reason, I went back, looking through the third level's hallways to see if I'd missed anything. The old hanging wall clocks inside showed me that it was 3 in the morning, so I had a few more hours before my body would start trying to wake up and ask where its owner was. I had the idea that the floor below, if it existed, might still be accessible somewhere else. Passing hallway after hallway and going down each side of the intersection, I got a closer look at the weapons in the hands of each patrolling guard whenever I got a chance. It didn't seem like any sort of gun I was familiar with. They actually looked non-lethal, and their barrels were equipped with panels of lights that surrounded some sort of beam emitter. They had the appearance of a sci-fi laser rifle, but logic told me they were likely a deterrent weapon, which may have fired off bright bursts of light in a powerful laser or burning microwave energy. It made no sense if someone managed to get all the way down here after dodging all the real bullets up above. Why give the guards at the heart of the base rifles like this? Unless, as I speculated already, they were keeping something inside, and these were the only weapons that could contain it. Eventually, I noticed something lining the segments where the hallways were connected by seams and rivets. Every few meters were thin strips of metal and lead lights that ran along the wall, floor, and ceiling. I didn't think much of them at first, thinking that they were just part of a peculiar emergency light system, at least until I randomly set one of them off. The moment I did so was one of the scariest moments of my life so far. I can't really explain why I only triggered one of the apparent sensors long after I began traversing the level. At the time, all I could think about was how could anything in the world be able to pick up my presence. The lights lit up in a pulsing red to attract attention, and my dampened hearing just barely picked up an alarm. This was so bizarre and new to me that I froze up and I just floated there, feeling exposed and helpless. Guards rushed in like they were trained to do, despite how rarely, if ever, this sort of thing happened. CERN breach. Sector 7. One barked into his radio. Sweep the hall. Non-lethal only. Another ordered. Weapons raised. They couldn't see me, but they swept their weapons about like they were searching, and some of the men had what appeared to be scanners on their wrists. They were trying to find something invisible, like a ghost. I would say that it was absurd, but I am someone who could send my own spirit out into the world. The existence of ghosts was never a big leap for me. The younger guys soon looked a little less nervous about what they were doing, and one of the older ones deactivated the alarm as the whole group continued searching. I was still too freaked out to focus much on their lip movements, but it was obvious that this was a major event for them. They looked at the other hall sensors to see if the other ones were going off, and one of the men swept his scanner right over my position. Reflexively, I held my non-existent breath as he did so, but he didn't seem to pick up anything. I kept very still and watched the entirety of the procedures they followed. The situation was called in over the radio. The men finished their scans and began to disperse, except for the one guy who waited for a technician to show up. who then checked the sensor for a malfunction. The tech even plugged a wire into a port near the sensor and ran some software checks on a tiny portable computer. False positive must be a glitch, the tech muttered, shaking his head. I only started moving again once the IT guy finished up and left. All in all, the delay, in the abundance of my caution, had cost me an hour, and I would have to return to my body soon. But first, I convinced myself to press on ahead, even after what seemed to be my detection. Now, wary of the sensors, every time I passed one, I stayed calm to keep my astral energy output low, and I continued down a particularly long hallway that ended at a promising large chamber. It was the most secured place I had seen yet, a circular room with only 2 exits, and covered by multiple security cameras and automated weaponry. The turrets in the same non-lethal design as the things the guards were armed with. Ahead of me was a large segmented blast door painted orange and black with faded numbers 01 painted on its stainless steel surface. Like the rest of the floor, I couldn't pass through the barrier, and I had already really wanted to find out what was on the other side. It probably held whatever the guards were keeping down here and were worried about, sure, but it didn't matter. I wanted it, for my journey all the way out here and its risks to be worth it. I needed it. I waited for as long as I could on the off chance someone would open it, but I had to return to the surface once I felt the connection to my body beginning to wane. I returned to it just as it was waking up, a lust in my gut to see just what the base's biggest mystery might have been. Getting past that door was already my new obsession. It was like Area 51 of Area 51. My childhood dream reignited. I would never get answers from anyone in the world, and the odds of finding out what was inside by peeking at any visible papers or computer screens throughout the base do not seem non-existent. I had seen a lifetime share of incredibly exclusive places, and, of course, because of human nature, I still had to see that final secret. That 5th day, it was agonizing, not just because of the wait to get back under the base, but it was also when Area 51 raiders started showing up. There might have only been a few hundred that actually went through with coming out to the desert to party, get drunk, and live out their alien rescue fantasies. But the motel, my sanctuary, filled up with rowdy out-of-towners while camper van and motorcycle engines ruined the quiet atmosphere. All day, I thought about that door and what was behind it. Maybe a new super-advanced aircraft, a deconstructed alien starship, the skeletal remains of an ancient god. I would have accepted an empty warehouse as long as I found out for certain. It didn't go through the rest of my life not knowing. I had no idea what was driving my urges, only that I wanted to see something truly special before heading home. Well, so far, I felt that I hadn't after hours of television and internet browsing just to pass the time. All while staying inside my room to avoid social contact, I grew unreasonably excited just to see the sunset light hit my room's window. By 8 p.m., I was already in bed and trying to force myself to sleep since I couldn't take a sleeping aid and my new neighbors were rude and noisy. It was torturous. I wouldn't wake up before my sleeping cycle was complete once I was out of my body. But getting there, it was no easy task. And it took 2 hours of restless tossing and turning. And after all that, the night was a bust. See, I explored very little else of the base, instead spending most of my time in that final chamber with the giant door, just waiting for someone to come along and open it. I understood that, in all likelihood, no one would have a need to while I was at the base. I just didn't want to go home thinking I missed another potential chance because I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. In hindsight, I wish I'd seen more of the base while I had the chance, instead of wasting all my time in one place, hoping for the impossible. And so I returned to my body disappointed, then suffered through a 6th day, my time at the motel running out. I could extend my stay, but I felt that it would just lead to more extensions to feed an obsession, and I had to get out of that nowhere town. My mom called me, as did my employer, both of them wondering when I'd come back. "Son, is everything okay? You sound distant," Mom said, worrying about her voice. "Just a weird trip, Mom. Be home soon." I lied. Responsibilities at home were putting pressure on me to finish my time in Nevada, and my room's air conditioner was now just barely working. The repair guy wouldn't be coming anytime soon. I was miserable, but I had to stay just a little longer. I almost spent the night dreaming instead, just to escape from reality for a while. I never projected for 6 nights in a row, so I only ever saw the reprieve of darkness during the few naps I had over the week. And then, no one showed up to open that damn door for me again. See, every time I was about to leave that security room to explore more of the base, I convinced myself that someone was on their way to let me through, but it never happened. 10 hours I spent lingering on that sublevel. I could only barely navigate hell. I even tried sending psychic waves to the people down there in an effort to manipulate them into unlocking that door. Didn't work. So I woke up early in the morning, sweating and, well, feeling really pissed off. I knocked on my walls and yelled at the people next door to turn down their music. "Shut the hell up. Some of us are trying to sleep," I shouted after they told me to shut up. "Mind your own business, creep," came the retort through the thin wall. I left my room. I packed up some water and food, and I drove off. I might have been able to tolerate the desert and the heat for one more day, but not the motel room where I felt like I was losing my mind. I actually ended up driving down to Las Vegas and spending the day on the Strip and blowing money on tourist shows. It worked, so far as it let me get my mind off of things, calm down a bit, and just detox from the shut-in routine I had reduced myself to. Getting some actual meals at real restaurants helped as well. But still, I never wanted to come back to Nevada again. I arrived back at Rachel around sunset, feeling refreshed, and instead of heading to my room, I went to the party, or rather, I just observed it from afar. The drunken, eccentric types looked like they were having more fun than I had over the past week. They were gathered up at the gate, just hanging out as base guards made sure they stayed back and didn't try to run inside. "Naruto ran to freedom," one raider yelled, half stumbling in a mock dash. The raiders were smart enough to not get shot, although, as I said earlier, I did see a few of them get arrested. Their fun lasted into the night, even if they sadly never got a chance to see any aliens. But if that didn't disappoint them, I figured I shouldn't have let myself feel disappointed either. I had actually seen the inside of the base. Unlike any of those guys, I had fulfilled the childhood dream. I could head home right then, look back at all this in a year, and still feel excited about everything I had witnessed inside Area 51. But that would never be good enough for me, and so, instead, I drove my car to a secluded area near the base, reclined the seat, covered all the windows, and I fell asleep. If I projected this close to the place, everything would be in sharper focus, giving me a better experience, and I would cut back on the travel time to and from my body. I was determined to leave the state on a high note. Once I was adrift, I floated over the party by the main gate and went right by the revelers, and then past the guards that stopped them from going any further. If only they could see me and cheer as they watched just another regular dude making his way inside the base. You know, I'd made fun of them, but I would slowly start to see the guys as a good luck charm as the night progressed. DePai even arrived at the elevator. I saw something new and worth following. 2 people in full hazmat suits with tinted visors that hid their faces came walking out of one of the side rooms within the mountain tunnel. They were pushing a cart with a large metal crate on top. even if they had nothing to do with that final door. I wanted to find out what they were up to, so I tagged along without them knowing. They went through all the checkpoints and didn't stop to chat with anyone as others moved aside for them in the hallways. I steadily realized that they were heading down to the same route I took to get to the locked door. I didn't want to get my hopes up, but it was looking more and more like the two were my ticket inside. By the time the three of us were heading across the lower sublevel together, I tried my hardest to contain my excitement, which was the only thing I could think of, to avoid setting off alarms again. But the hazmat boys nearly broke my heart the moment they made a right at the last junction before the door. But it turned out that they were only having their key cards programmed in a surveillance room. It was filled with camera feeds on a television array and had a single guard watching them all, including the 4 cameras pointed at the big door. It must have had codes that changed daily as an extra layer of security. Once their keys were updated, we arrived at the last obstacle. They ran their cards into 2 separate scanners, pressed down on 2 red buttons with their thumbs, and then finally pulled the 2 levers within the door itself. Maybe this was something they did on a weekly basis, or it could have been an annual thing and I'd just gotten extremely lucky. Whatever the case, the huge slabs of metal at long last began to slide open to reveal the darkness beyond. Lights flickered to life past the door, illuminating an angled concrete corridor and the hefty inclined cargo elevator that went down. The hazmat team went in and locked their carts wheel into a pair of mounts on the lift, which didn't start moving until the big door was closed again, and I was right there with them and was now committed, having no way out until they left first. The elevator went downward at a tepid pace, and I stayed with my 2 best friends instead of going on ahead of them. I had come this far, so I was willing to be patient a little longer. I was heading down into the inner sanctum of Area 51, a forbidden place a very few would ever think about, much less see for themselves. The ride lasted 10 minutes or more, and it felt like we descended deep into the earth. If ever there was a portal to hell or another dimension, it would be here. After the lift came to a stop, a second giant door opened as slowly as the first, revealing something perplexing but not quite bizarre just yet. Ahead of me was a purely stone antechamber carved into bedrock. The surfaces were immaculately smooth. About 30 feet of rock, illuminated only by the elevator corridor's light, led up to a large, perfectly proportioned open square that proceeded a void of darkness. The square was roughly 40 feet long on each side, so it was certainly a sizable doorway to whatever lay beyond now. It wasn't completely without technology or machinery. The opening was lined with the same sensor strips used on the 3rd floor, and there were large circular hatches built into the stone on either side of the door. I stepped out into the antechamber with the hazmat crew as they wheeled out their cargo and looked to my sides. On the left was an old, regular-sized metal door that showed signs of disrepair, while my buddies worked to unlock their crate and remove its contents. I went over to get a better look at the old side door. It appeared to lead to the original 4th sublevel or whatever remained of it. It was unpowered, and it had no inner electrical field running, so I was able to pass through it and see if there was anything on the other side. But I saw only darkness, nothing at all. On further inspection, I noticed that the door had actually been jammed open just a crack from outside. I managed to see a tiny bit of the pile of rocks that had blocked my view. It appeared that the hall had suffered a cave-in at some point, where maybe the entire floor had gone through a controlled demolition. Whatever happened, it seemed to be completely inaccessible. I returned to the Hazmat brothers as they worked together to take out their cargo. It was a giant battery, or a power cell of some kind. I understood what they were doing, replacing one of the 2 power sources that kept something in, past or around the giant square entrance running, but they couldn't just hot swap one of the batteries that easily. It looked like they had to shut the whole thing down first, and on realizing this, well, I felt equally terrified and excited. I knew I might actually have a chance to glimpse at what they were keeping all the way down there. The guys went to either side of the door, opened up the two fuse box looking things above the battery hatches, and flicked two of the switches, and nothing happened for a few seconds, and then lights slowly began to warm up past the doorway. The first thing I noticed was just how many of them there were. High up on the ceiling inside of the chamber, there was an entire array like stadium lighting turned to a face-down position. It was overkill for illuminating a room. One of the hazmat guys worked to exchange the power cell while the other took up a defensive position near the center of the doorway and pointed his rifle into the brightened room past it. I'll never be able to give a reason behind the place I saw. I don't think I'd be able to rationalize it, even if whoever ran the base sat me down and described it in great detail. Kept deep inside Area 51 was a full-sized lobby of a grand hotel, its style copying the architecture of the 1920s, and the more I looked at it, the more it seemed to be pulled out of history. It wasn't like a movie set, or an attempt at a replica. It had Roman pillars, marble tile, a mahogany reception desk with a classic candlestick phone in black. Most of the hard materials were in good condition, but the fabric, like the red carpet and the drapes covering the walls, were falling apart and covered in dust. Behind the cloth hanging from the ceiling were the remnants of floral wallpaper curled and melting into the floor. It was like the lobby had been sliced cleanly out of a building and transported directly here. The outer edges of the walls looked sharp without any signage. It was difficult to tell where it had come from, but it did certainly look like it had served wealthy clientele in a major American city a century ago. And now, here it was, a hotel lobby, out of time and place. Something unimaginably evil might have happened inside its walls in the distant past, or it could simply have been haunted or cursed. Other possibilities I thought of upon seeing it were that the very matter of the structure had been corrupted, and it was contained here to contain the spread, or that maybe it really had just been transported from the past through some wormhole experiment gone wrong. Drawn to the large room, I drifted forward, and through the open-air doorway. I met resistance on my way inside, yet pushed through with minimal effort. There was something about the room that made these guys contain it, fear it, and point their weapons at it. But I figured that, whatever it was, it couldn't hurt me. I would just take a quick look around, and when they finished changing the batteries for the lights, I'd leave with them every little detail of the hotel. From the counter's brass call bell, to the yellowed mail envelopes that would eternally wait for their recipients and look like they'd fall apart if touched, was all too authentic to be a part of a recreation. It was also in good enough condition to suggest the place had been moved here a long time ago and preserved. If it were in a museum, whether it had been perfectly rebuilt brick by brick or somehow brought here instantly, my untrained eye was unable to tell at full brightness. The lights above also completely bathed and drenched the lobby and probably made the heat unbearable as well, if I could feel it. I could have spent the rest of the night thinking about the purpose, the history, and the storage costs of the hotel lobby, or just exploring it. But I didn't want to linger at the deep end of a containment chamber. I turned to leave, drifting back to the massive entrance, and damn my luck, I only almost made it. I didn't realize that I was trapped at first. I thought nothing of the fact that one of the hazmat guys had fully inserted the other battery, shut and locked the hatch, and hit a lever to draw power from it. In my mind, they were only there to keep the lights going. It turned out they actually powered an invisible barrier within the square doorway. It was the same kind of field within the metal walls above that kept me from going through them. And my dumbass had just gotten stuck inside the hotel lobby crypt. The two finished up with their task, packing up the discharged battery into a crate and wheeling it away and back up to the lift. I shouted at them as best I could, but of course, they would never hear me. I hit the barrier with my ghostly fists, hoping to cause a reaction that would alert them to my presence. That was also to no effect. I felt a brief glimmer of hope when they turned around and walked back to the sides of the doorway, but they only did so to turn off the powerful lights. The lamps didn't go dark instantly. The hundreds of bulbs above me had a dim afterglow that would linger for a few minutes, giving the lobby a few lit candles worth of illumination. But I knew that I would soon be trapped in darkness, at least for a week or at most years, all while my body rotted away in my car far above the surface, where it would be cooked by the sun. So that was it. I had gotten myself killed, or maybe I'd go on even without a body, trapped down here for centuries outside of physical form. And I thought about all the places that I would never get to see, and my poor mom wondering what had happened to me. The only two people who could let me out disappeared behind the elevator door, after which I drifted over to the center of the hotel lobby, feeling completely despondent and resigned. The fading warmth of the lights looked like they would keep me out of total darkness for another few minutes. I didn't want to think about my fate, or how long I might consciously be down in that place before everything faded away. I had never failed to return to my body before. There could have been some chance I would just wake up and be fine, but I couldn't see that happening, especially not while I was in a chamber seemingly made to contain the same force I tapped into to project myself. The lights dimmed further. I could barely see anything. The colors had left the lobby, and there were only faint, dark shapes. I knew that pure darkness awaited me, and never anything else. A piece of me would be trapped here forever. And then a voice spoke to me. I swear, for the first time in my projected form, I heard a voice directed towards me, and it came in clearly. "I see you," it said, in deep, disjointed English, "from somewhere in the abysmal dark. And what manner of things would you be?" I wasn't alone after all. I didn't dare move, I was so scared. I felt like my spectral form had begun to lose coherence and break apart. If I was in my body, I would be feeling a heart pound through my chest or falling into a daze or panic. But in my state, true terror could only diminish my ability to remain an existing, thinking being. I'd never come closer to experiencing a degree of fear that could have that effect. The entity that produced the voice grew closer and whispered into my ear from behind. "I do think I've been here long enough. Perhaps you are a means toward freedom." Just before the light was replaced by blackness, I saw and felt something pierced straight through where my spine and heart would be. Long, pale fingers twisted around and curled upward, reaching for my spectral eyes. The skeletal appendages were like spider legs and ended in sharpened claws. It wasn't a ghost or a demon or a powerful psychic alien that had been down here for a long time and had wasted away. It was something else entirely, and I'll never know for certain just what its presence was. Ripping apart the link to my body, and then it said one last thing. "Now bring me to you." I felt an incredible burning sensation tear through me, and the next thing I could remember was suddenly waking up in my motel room on the floor and tangled up in my blanket with my shoes still on. It was 11 in the morning, the last hour of my stay. Somehow I had escaped from the prison, returned to my body, and made it all the way back to the motel. I looked out my window and saw my car messily parked across two spaces and scuffed up like I had driven back while intoxicated. Packed and checked out within 10 minutes, not even changing my clothes. Then I drove straight out of Nevada without stopping. I expected the police or military to chase after me or set up roadblocks, but the highway was just about empty all the way to the border. No one knew that I had gone into that prison cell or anywhere at all in the base. When I finally got home, I ate a microwave meal, turned off all the lights in my apartment, silenced my phone, and I slept for about 14 hours. I was only calm enough the next morning to start to actually process what I had been through and began writing it all down. My long sleep had been dreamless, but I didn't think much of it at the time. During the day, I started to feel tired much earlier, and I suffered through a murky brain fog like I was disassociating with myself and making my already boring job harder to get through. That got better over time, but I lost two things permanently as a consequence of my mistakes. It's been years, and I still haven't had a single dream since then. I go to bed and wake up, and it's like no time has passed for me. In relation to that ailment, I can no longer project myself either, and part of myself is gone now. A year ago, I got my brain scanned at a hospital. It didn't reveal what was wrong with me, or helped me find treatment, but I did learn that all the parts of my gray matter that have anything to do with dreaming were much more active than average, even though I wasn't actually dreaming anymore. I think that whatever I encountered freed me, but also found a way back to my body. And its payment for that freedom took up residence somewhere in my mind. The entity now gets 8 hours or more a night to come out and do whatever potentially evil, demented deeds it wants to. Doesn't speak to me or share visions of its motives, but I have no reason to think it's benevolent. The people working in Area 51 tried to contain it, and they even knew how to detect it and maybe subdue it with light and other forms of energy, at least until I came along and gave it a way out. I survived and do what I can to keep others safe, including locking my bedroom door with a key each night to keep myself from sleepwalking. We're leaving the house in some dangerous possessed state, but I don't think physical manipulation is what it's after. Or maybe I am an imperfect vessel for the entity, and it's out there each night looking for another. Here's a chance my actions have hurt someone, you know, and for that I sincerely apologize. I'll soon be moving to one of the country's most rural areas, but I am not sure yet if I could find a house that's 30 miles away from another innocent person. I'll accept the solitary life with no dreaming if I have to, but I need some time to track down a suitable place to live. Until then, I'll stay on the road so that no single cluster of people has to experience the terror I carry. And with any luck, no pattern will be found that no suspicion falls upon me. I may be able to stop all of this if I ended my life, or if I turned myself in at Area 51. But I am sorry, I am still too selfish and cowardly to do either. And for my mom's sake, she's sick, and my friends, I can't stay close to home. You see, every night, 1 or 2 people within a 30-mile radius of me die from a sudden brain hemorrhage. The local news picked it up and called it a possible local epidemic, and that's when I made the connection and blamed myself. I've been on the move since I turned myself into a walking bioweapon, and my only remaining hope is that, if you should have the misfortune to meet the thing I'm carrying around, any possible pain or terror you experience is brief. Again, I am sorry. It's a terrible mistake to squander a gift. It's worse still to misuse it. Shadows from the vents. There was a little man in my room last night, and he says he's going to take me with him. I glanced up from my cereal, surprised, and fixed on Sophie, the light of my life, as well as my only daughter, with my best fatherly gaze. She giggled, showing her pearly white teeth. I thought to myself that she was playing a game, so I smiled back at her before asking, "What kind of a man was in your room? Where does he plan on taking you?" She poured her own bowl of frosted flakes, spilling a few of them onto the counter. "Well, he was about this tall," she said to me, motioning with her hands about 3 feet off the ground, and he had a really funny-looking face. I looked at her quizzically. "You still haven't answered my other question, Sophie. Where does he plan to take you?" Sophie seemed to ponder this for a moment, and I expected her response to be something along the lines of Neverland, from the Peter Pan book she had recently finished and enjoyed so much, or perhaps even Mount Rushmore, but she had acquired a fascination with since I rented North by Northwest from the local video store in Smithfield, and we watched it together. Jesus Christ! What had I been thinking letting her see that movie? It was much to my surprise when Sophie finally replied, "I don't know where he will take me. He just said that he would." A look of confusion had dawned on her beautiful face. A flicker of concern arced across mine. Surely the great imagination of Sophie Thompson could not be fading at the tender age of only 7. Could it now, in this early year of 2015? "Well," I said, attempting another grin at her, "you just have this man visit you again while I go off to work, and when I come back, I expect a full explanation from this individual. I want to know exactly where he will supposedly be taking you. After all, it would be a shame if you had to miss dinner tonight." I gave her a wink out of the corner of my eye before she said quietly, in a conspiratorial tone. Immediately her eyes lit up, and that smile that I had seen so often over the years returned to her face in a nanosecond. In a burst of excitement, she jumped up and wrapped her tiny little arms around my waist, pressing her cheek against my stomach. "Whoa there!" I laughed and hugged her back best I could given the fact that I was standing up. "I love you, Dad," she whispered, and I let out a chuckle as I felt warmth spread throughout my chest, coursing through my veins, the kind of warmth that only a daughter can bring to you. I knelt down, and she gave me a quick peck on the cheek, as was our morning tradition, before I slipped on my belt complete with my Smith & Wesson's service revolver, and I headed out to work. When I returned home in the evening hours, I found Sophie where she usually was, in her room drawing pictures. I clumped heavily inside before sitting down beside Sophie on her bed. She was so engrossed in her artwork that she didn't even so much as turn around. All I got was a subdued but, "Hi, Dad," as she continued to sketch. "What are you drawing there, sweetie?" I asked her. Then quite suddenly she hopped to her feet and swiveled to face me with a pleased expression on her face. "I am done," she announced proudly, and held her newest picture out to me. The drawing appeared to be the ugliest human being I had ever laid eyes on, even in an image. His head was largely misshapen, and his eyes looked like someone had jammed a couple of huge black billiards into his head. The mouth was essentially a straight line that was etched into his wrinkly skin, and I frowned slightly, disturbed that my own daughter could produce something this macabre. "Honey, what is this?" I asked, careful to keep any traces of disapproval out of my voice. "It's the man with the funny face," she cried happily, remembering our game from the previous morning. My concern lessened a degree, and I smiled at her once more. "So tell me," I inquired, "did this man visit you while I was gone?" Her eyebrows knitted together as if she was disappointed in something before she answered. "No, He didn't come to see me. Oh well, that's too bad. I responded in my own disappointed tones, and with that I assumed that the game we were playing was over, and I was actually a little glad because of it. The picture Sophie had drawn gave me the creeps, and the idea of something like that being in my house was too much to bear. I resolved not to let her read any more of those damned horror comics, as they were probably rotting her mind. The night came and went, and just like yesterday when Sophie came down for breakfast, the first words out of her mouth were, "There was a little man in my room last night, and he says he's going to take me with him." I raised an eyebrow cautiously. "And didn't he say that last night?" I asked her. "Well, yeah, but tonight he said it again," she answered before sitting down and grabbing a peach from the fruit dish in the middle of the table. Things proceeded as they regularly did. I got my daily kiss on the cheek, and with that I headed to work, came home, made dinner, and finally enjoyed a rerun of an old Twilight Zone episode with Sophie before ultimately collapsing into my bed for a good long rest. But I simply could not fall asleep. The face from that picture Sophie had drawn kept flashing into my mind whenever I closed my eyes. It was inescapable, and finally I got to my feet and ambled tiredly into Sophie's bedroom. She appeared to be sound asleep. I went over to her window and felt the latch. It was rock solid. No way anything or anyone could possibly get in. Just for peace of mind more than anything else, I checked the other various doors and windows of my house. All of them were secure. Feeling significantly better about myself, I climbed back into bed and slept tranquilly for the rest of the night. That next morning, it was the same old story again, but this time, when she inevitably said the words, I cringed inwardly, although I did my best not to show it. "There was a little man in my room last night, and he says he's going to take me with him." "Hon," I began, my voice cracking. "Do you think we could stop playing this game?" Sophie looked at me curiously. "What game are you talking about, Daddy?" "Well, Sophie, you know that there is no man in your room, right?" Sophie's expression was blank. She did nothing but slowly shake her head. "Sophie, I think what you are having is what's called a recurring nightmare. It's a dream that repeats itself. It's very common. You have no need to worry." And again, Sophie's stare was colder than blank. She responded by saying, Daddy, I am not lying to you. The man is real, and he's going to take me with him." I continued to eat breakfast, momentarily musing with myself about how the situation could be fixed. Then an idea came to mind, and I hid my smile with a glass of orange juice before clearing my throat. "Sophie, do you think you can convey a message to this man for me?" "Uh-huh, Sophie," responded, buttering her toast. "Tell him that I don't want him in my house anymore, and if he wants to take anyone, he should take the Whitaker kids from up the street." For a second, I could see the amusement in Sophie's eyes. She knew what bad kids the Whitakers were, and how relieved everyone would be if they were to suddenly disappear without any explanation. "Sure, Daddy, I'll tell him." A few hours later, the day's work was done, and I was in the final stages of preparing to go to bed. I walked over to my drawer, pulled it open, and took out my revolver. The leather holster was smooth and harbored no frays. I had taken good care of it. I slid the gun out of its protective case and looked down at the shiny metal instrument of death. In all my years of police work in this fine town of Smithfield, North Carolina, I'd never fired a single shot from this beast. Lying twice I had to drive, but nothing more. Sort of like how I never got the promotion to detective, regardless of how hard I worked to prove myself. I felt a twinge of anger. My boss shouldn't be able to hold my life's ambition from me because I looked at his wife the wrong way. And what was wrong with that? I forced the hate down. I shouldn't allow myself to be irate towards my boss lest I do something I regret in the long run. I decided. I set my gun down on my nightstand and fell into my bed. Call me what you will, but I just wouldn't feel comfortable without its enhanced reach for this particular night. When I woke up in the morning, everything was well. I had gotten a good night's sleep without even a single interruption. I looked over at the pistol that lay on my nightstand and chuckled to myself. What a childish thing it was to put. I got to my feet and placed the gun in its proper location before making my way to the kitchen and beginning to make myself oatmeal. Within a few minutes, my breakfast was ready, and I sat down at the table to eat. It was only when I was halfway done with my meal that I realized Sophie had not come down for her morning nourishment. "Sophie," I cried, "when a breakfast is ready, I made oatmeal." There was no response, which was strange considering the fact that Sophie loved oatmeal. I stood up and eyed the stairs suspiciously through the open door leading into the living room, taking a deep breath. I crossed the kitchen, made my way through the den, and began to mount the stairs one by one, slowly and cautiously. When I eventually got to the top, I scanned the hall. Sophie's door was slightly ajar, and I could make out a faint trace of her lavender wall that I had painted myself, much to her delight, and suddenly I wished I had my pistol at my hip. I kept imagining all the bizarre and frightening things that could possibly be on the other side of that door, perhaps holding my daughter hostage so that she could not speak, and out of the depths of my own mind I conjured the image of the picture Sophie had drawn. Every instinct in my body was telling me that if I opened that door all the way, that thing would be there, and it would pounce on me, perhaps tearing out my throat with sharp white teeth that the line of its mouth had hidden so well. The logical part of my mind piped up, "You'd be an absolutely ridiculous thought, Chick. Here is nothing on the other side of that door but your overslept daughter, and you damn well know it. Now go over there and open that." With tension building in my chest, like the cogs and springs being tightened in a clock, I took step by step forward until the door stood right in front of me. I placed my fingers on the smooth wood and pushed it gently. It opened slowly with a maddening creak that made me want to clench my fists and grind my teeth. I walked inside the room and turned on the light. Sophie was nowhere to be seen. The sheets of her bed were jumbled and twisted as if there had been a struggle. My breathing began to quicken as I observed the room. On the floor next to the bed there were 10 scratches engraved into the wood that went as long as 10 feet across the room, as if someone had been grabbed by their ankles and dragged from the comfort of their bed. And after that, my most personal fear rose within the recesses of my mind, and I stepped forward looking down upon the object I had just discovered on the floor. It was a fingernail, female by the looks of it, no bigger than a sleeping pill, and after that there was a little bit of blood, and the trail ended at the second-story window, which was wide open. In a cold breeze wafted in, and the tears that stood in my eyes came cascading down as I collapsed against the floor in shocked weeping for the loss of my daughter. Now, had I not seen this coming? The little man with the funny face that came into her room every night was probably a kidnapper wearing some sort of disguise. And I, of all the people in the world, the police officer, had been too much of a fool to notice, to think anything of it. And now, my little girl is gone. She had been kidnapped, but by who and how? The doors and windows were firmly locked. How could anyone possibly get in? How could something like this occur? The questions whirled around in my mind, and there was only one thing to be done. I went to work. I started at the only place I knew, Sophie's bedroom. I took out my camera from the storage room in the downstairs basement before beginning my investigation. I took picture after picture of every last inch of the crime scene. Not a single detail was missed. I examined the angle of the fingernail I had found on the floor. It would appear that Sophie had actually made a good effort to ground herself. One more tug from her assailant and the nail was bent back until it snapped completely and was left there. Having a fingernail come off is a very painful ordeal. When I was no less than 12 years old, my large toenail had become ingrown and infected, and I was forced to pull it out completely so that a new one could grow. The pain had been absolutely unbearable. I had howled in anguish as the pliers did their dirty work, and when it came out, I had to immediately submerge my entire foot in ice water. And so, imagining Sophie having to go through something in any way similar to that was gut-wrenching to me. How had I not heard her scream? Excruciation such as that was usually, if not always, accompanied by screaming, and the only way to explain this was if Sophie's attacker had masked her racket somehow, most likely by clamping a hand over her mouth. This did not add up. How could this be possible if I already knew that the said attacker had kidnapped Sophie by grabbing her by the ankles and dragging her? Could not be, unless whatever had taken her had more than 2 arms. What else was there to do? And a sudden idea came to mind, and I quickly ran downstairs and grabbed the materials I needed for my work. Dust floor. I had bought these items from eBay in the hopes that I would need them for a job as a detective, a job which I never got. When I went back upstairs, I began to dust for fingerprints. I must have done every square inch of that bedroom from the windows to the bedposts. Much to my disappointment, there was nothing of any interest. All the fingerprints in that room belonged to Sophie herself. I scowled. One idiot was being. Did I really think for even a moment that a man or a thing sadistic enough to kidnap a child from the arms of their loving parent would let me off something as easy as fingerprints? And in my frustration, I threw my brush across the room before racking my brains on what to do next. The roof. I would check the roof for any indications that could help me solve this mystery. Unsteadily, I pushed myself out of the second-story window and lowered my body on top of my house. The first thing that I was able to discern was the shingles had been kicked loose. I followed a path of cluttered shingles until I found myself looking over the edge of my roof. Below there was an arbor that I had bought for the grapevines that had a tendency to grow near our porch. Now it is clear to me how someone could easily get up here, but the issue of the windows being locked still remained. I went back to the house through my window. If I could keep tracking the trail that I had found, maybe I would be able to get at least an idea of where my daughter was being held, if she was alive at all. Again, a wrench is thrown in my stomach, and the hot tears return to my cheeks, cutting tracks down my aging face. The mere thought of losing my only daughter seemed to be impossible, but had I lost my wife and son, hadn't died, moments came back in a rushing flood as I remember the last time I ever saw my spouse. It had been a rainy Wednesday morning, and Sarah had announced that she was going grocery shopping. I had kissed her goodbye a final time. She never came back. I later learned that she had driven down to Florida and married a successful businessman. It was one of those situations where the only thing to do was put your head in your hands and wonder what you possibly could have done wrong. Then, when you were all out of tears to shed, and you couldn't think of any possible reason why these unfortunate events had occurred, the only option was to move forward like they had never happened. In the first place, Benjamin was my 10-year-old son. My wife had left him with me and Sophie. Benjamin and a friend of his, Tommy Jenkins, were spending the day near a river. Tommy had bet Benjamin 3 shiny silver dollars that he couldn't swim to the sandbar in the middle of the river and back. Benjamin didn't know the first thing about swimming, but those dollars were terribly convincing, and he decided to push his luck. Yeah, well, it didn't take him very long to drown. I'll let Sophie stay home from the funeral, and I didn't want her to be exposed to anything that could potentially upset her. This was probably ridiculous, since she was only 3 years old at the time and incapable of understanding what was happening. But I did it all the same for her welfare the day I attended that service. As I looked down upon the face of my dead son, I made myself a promise that I knew I would do anything to keep. I would not let Sophie slip from my fingers the way I had allowed both Sarah and Benjamin to. I would keep her close and never allow her to be put in any sort of danger. This made me an overprotective parent at times. Yes, I suppose it did, but it was worth it to keep Sophie safe. And now look where I am. Sophie has been kidnapped, perhaps in bed, and I couldn't so much as get to my feet and face it like a man. I refused to even entertain the notion that Sophie could possibly be dead. No, she was alive. Probably not well, but alive all the same, and I had to find her. I strapped on my police belt before making my way out of the front door of the house, viewing the arbor which I had always thought beautiful with new hate, before beginning to search for any kind of clue that could set me on Sophie's trail. When I got to the outer perimeter of my property, I found something. It was a torn piece of pink pajama fabric. Ahead of me were the woods which I had always warned Sophie never to go into without me being there. Taking a deep breath, I descended into the semi-darkness that the thick canopy of leaves above me provided. I was always bent over, looking closely on the ground for anything that could be of significance. I was able to follow a trail that leads through the woods, and it isn't easy, and sometimes I wonder if I am going the right way at all. But it's all I've really got to go on. To here is a misshapen footprint, or something here, a dribble of blood on the leaf there, and a broken branch every once in a while. This would be a lot easier. If I had bloodhounds, I think to myself, and I considered the possibility of having the station rent me a couple of dogs, I would call the station when I got back and report Sophie kidnapped. That is, if I could find nothing more myself. Only once did I find a footprint that was fully visible, but even then it seemed marred, almost distorted in her way. The shape of the foot was oddly curved, and it had 3 toes instead of 5. I dismissed it as being a mere scuffle of some sort, and snapped the picture with that of my camera before moving on. An entire hour had passed me slowly but steadily tracking the signs that I had found when I went deeper and deeper into the wilderness of the woods, and every time I began to lose confidence, a memory resurfaced in my mind. I was 10 years old, and my dad was taking me hunting in the woods for the first time. I was very excited. This was something that I had been looking forward to for quite a long while. My father dressed me in heavy camouflage to the point where I felt like I would fall down if I tried to take a step. Then he thrust the .22 rifles into my bundled arms and explained to me the basics of gun safety, and I could barely hear him through the cap that was pulled tightly over my ears. But that was all fine. I had shot guns over at my friends' houses, and I knew what to do, and what not to do anyway. With that, we were off. He and I dredged into the tightly interwoven trees to find ourselves a buck to shoot. I asked him if I could take the cap off, and he nodded his approval, and no sooner than I had removed it, he was holding his hand up for me to stop. Then he crouched down, examining the tracks that he had found in the mud. He beckoned me closer, placing the butt of the rifle on the ground. We both observed the imprint of deer footfalls, me feeling a little silly doing it. With that, he taught me in a hushed whisper the fundamentals of tracking, and at first I was admittedly quite terrible when it came to the task of tracking game. But as the years wore on, and my father and I went into the woods more often, I became skilled in this operation. By my teenage years, with the help of my dad, I became one of the best trackers in town. I smiled to myself, despite my desperate situation over that memory of which I am so fond of. Here's only a few minutes later, when in the woods, and the trail with it abruptly ends, I found myself looking out to the Whitaker's cornfield. The pale yellow stalks of corn rustle in the wind. They almost seemed to be mocking me. Whoever kidnapped Sophie took her through this cornfield, no doubt about it, but it would be trespassing to go forth and investigate, even as a police officer. I cannot just search the Whitaker property without a warrant, and there is the possibility of me getting shot. Far worse to try, Donna Whitaker. It's not very agreeable to trespassers. No less than a year ago, I remember a young 9-year-old boy coming into the Smithfield police reception area, bawling his eyes out. Well, we were able to calm him down to make his words understandable. He had choked out a story about how he went to retrieve a baseball on the Whitaker property, and ultimately had a muzzleloader stuck in his face. Suddenly a thought comes to me. How did I know it wasn't the Whitakers that had abducted Sophie in the first place? Somehow this idea troubled me, despite me not knowing the Whitakers very well. All I really did know about them was the fact that their kids were troublemakers, and their father had hunted illegally several times. That and the fact that they were not very nice people, and it was certainly advisable to avoid them whenever possible. The answers were in those stalks of corn, and I knew it, so without another thought I strode forward and began to make my way through the yellowed rows. Picking up clues to the trail in the cornfield was much easier than it had been in the forest. Certain stalks had been trampled over, making a clear and obvious path. The sun rose high in the sky. Sweat began to accumulate on my brow. Still I pushed on, with the sound of corn husks crunching under my feet, and the stalks tickling my arms and legs. Any moment, I keep expecting to find myself face to face with Earl Whitaker and the muzzle of his 8-gauge shotgun. But for whatever reason, and I do not know, the farm remains peaceful and quiet. There is no sudden blast of a gun and the spill of my guts in the row of corn. I walk on, undisturbed edgewally. The trail stops, and I step out into the open, but I am still in the cornfield. It would appear that somebody had cleared out a wide center in the corn. The stalks had been pushed flat for 20 feet in every direction. In this one particular clearing there were no more signs of Sophie. It was as if the earth had swallowed both her and her kidnapper up and left a large amount of open space in their wake. As hard as I searched, no more clues could be found. A course of action needed to be taken. I could call my fellow police officers to this case and lead a full-scale investigation of the Whitaker farm. That would be the obvious thing to do, would it not? Then I started to think to myself. I sat down at the wide-open clearing in the corn, and I thought about how after all these years of hard work and dedication to the police department of Smithfield, I've never been given the promotion to detective. It had been my life's ambition since I got out of college. I started out as a lowly police officer, and over the years got promoted to detective. However, after all this time, I hadn't even come close to this opportunity, despite how much I wanted it, and despite the excellence in which I had done my work. If I solved this case on my own without the help of anyone else, my boss, no matter how much he dislikes me, would have to give me this promotion. How could he not, with this in mind? My mission to find Sophie became ever more urgent than it already was on the way back to my house. I made a plan. I would return to the Whitaker farm for a late-night stakeout. Anything suspicious would be captured with photographic evidence. Later that evening, when it was exactly 10 o'clock and the sun had disappeared beyond the vast horizon, I set out from my house to do what I must. I parked my car on a ledge overlooking the Whitaker farm. The only thing left to do is to wait. The hours crawl by with no signs of activity. I often find myself thinking that this is pointless, and I should turn around and go home and get a good night's sleep. Then maybe in the morning I could call the rest of the police department and have them sort all this out for me. Hopelessness nearly overcame me. Who cared if I didn't get the promotion to detective? Wasn't this all pointless anyway? What were the chances of me finding Sophie on my own? Slim to none, probably. I was wasting my timing, mum. The consequences of me not telling the police department could be even greater. What if I had my badge revoked for not reporting a serious crime? What if Sophie was already dead, and if I hadn't just called the police department, she might still be alive? The indecision of what to do is unbearable. I eventually decided that if nothing has to happen in the next 5 minutes, I should leave and call the police department as soon as possible. I glanced down at my watch. It is exactly 2:37 a.m. I let out a deep sigh, and the exhaustion rolls over me in a wave of weariness. I blink hard, trying to focus. Spots dance in my field of vision. All the slight movements that I make feel forced. My eyes closed for a second. I enjoyed the feeling of sweet, sleepy bliss. I am not falling asleep, only resting momentarily. Here is a sudden and brilliant flash of light. My eyes snap open, and I stare in complete awe at the magnificent beauty that is flashing before me. It was a giant white orb floating in the sky and slowly descending downwards, spinning very fast and sending fragments of every color I've ever seen, in every direction, as well as colors that I had never even seen before. It was a total shock to my brain, since I had never registered something of a color that was not natural. I could almost feel the waves that this thing was sending out as it spun, slowly descending downwards, until with the rustle of the stalks it landed in the middle of the Whitaker cornfield, instantaneously flattening a wide patch of the crop in a wide diameter. I can only look on in sort of a fascination. This was something supernatural, something, and the words came to me in a flash. This was something extraterrestrial. I have just witnessed an unidentified flying object touch down on land. Wonder overcomes every emotion that I have built up within me. Could I be the first human being to ever see something of this nature? And that's when I feel it from deep within myself. Here is a sudden, overwhelming urge to get out of my car and walk into this rotating essence of energy. Walking to the light sky, you will see your daughter once more. All you have to do is walk into the light. You will know every pleasure that man has ever seen. Just take a step out of your car and walk into the light. I jumped when I heard the voice, and for a moment I looked around in my car, convinced someone was there with me. Then I realized the voice I heard was inside my head, but it was not my own. As if someone was forcing their way into my skull and placing their thoughts there. Subliminal verses might be a good way to put it. The light's call. Walk into the light. That voice shouldn't be there, but it's so convincing. I felt my hand reaching for the lock of my car door, but at the last second I stopped myself. I shut my eyes tight, trying to block out the voices in my mind. Now I understand that the little man went to Sophie's room. Sophie probably let it in. I also understand why I did not have an encounter with Old Man Whitaker or any of his family when I trespassed on his cornfield. It probably went into the light. David, all you have to do is walk into the light. My blood pulses rapidly as I engage in a mental battlefield, which I know I cannot win. David, it's useless to resist. Walk into the light. For minutes on end, I fight the probe of thought that is trying to make me do what is sure to get me maimed, killed, or worse. These bastards, whoever they are, kidnapped Sophie. Why should I listen to them? The only way Sophie will be freed is to come to us. God join us, David. They would never let Sophie go as long as I stayed here. The realization of how dire my circumstances were hit me hard. I think fast, trying to come up with a way to outsmart this alien force, but nothing comes. I don't know if it was those creatures using my brain against me, or just the sheer urgency of my situation. But for whatever reason I could speculate, no other option, except for one of those things already laid out for me. David, the light. You have to walk into the light. After no less than a few seconds' contemplation, my hand once again goes to the lock, not of the will of those beings that live in the light, but my own will. Well, I opened the car door slowly and got out. I walked down the ledge precariously, taking every free second that I can. This is not something I want to do, but something I have to do for Sophie. I take step after step, getting close to the cornfield. Now all the time focused on the light. The allure of it is more than physical. It is a mental magnet that attracts all who are near. In no less than a minute, I am pushing my way through the tall stalks of corn. Bright beams shoot throughout the field, and as I get nearer it seems I will be blinded. 10 feet away now, I stop for a second, my legs trembling before forcing myself to continue. Finally, I stand at the edge of the clearing looking into the pulsating mass of vivid intensity. I could feel the very ground below me vibrating with its power, and I scream Sophie's name as loud as I can. I see an outline of her tiny form, stumbling out of the light. It appears to stick to her skin like liquid, until she pulls herself free of it completely. My heart is hammering in my chest. I am almost afraid that Sophie won't be able to hear me. I called out her name again, and she seemed to see me for the first time. She runs into my arms, and I pick her up in a giant hug and swing her around. Sophie, I sobbed, holding her close and crying into her shoulder. Sophie clings to me like I am the last person on earth, holding me tighter than she ever has. She's actually shaking a little bit all over as if she were freezing cold. I wrap her back comforting. Daddy. Her voice is weak. Daddy, you have to go back. They did terrible things to me. I barely survived. I don't want you to get hurt like I did. For a moment, I am tempted to run with Sophie in my arms, away from this terrible threat. Why should I just submit to the will of these things? As I keep a firm hold on Sophie, one hand strays to the pistol at my side. Now could I have forgotten about that handy little tool? The voice in my mind stirs once again, and this time, tear is a sinister note in its speech. David, there is no point in making this harder than it has to be. We will never allow either you or Sophie to escape with their lives if you try anything reckless here. I bit my fist hard before setting Sophie unsteadily onto the ground and looking her dead in the face. I don't want to have to do this, and I promised myself I wouldn't lose Sophie. With the thought of my promise, I feel a painful tug in my chest, and a lump gathers in my throat. When I talk to her, my voice is strained. Sophie, don't you worry about it. You just get out of here and you get help. Okay, here's a cell phone in my car. You just call the police. Okay, you know the number, right? Tears begin to stream down her cheeks. When she responds, her voice is thick and layered with grief. Daddy, please don't do this to me. Please, I don't want to live without you. I use my thumb to wipe her tears before saying to her, please don't cry, Sophie. It hurts me to see you cry. Just know that whatever happens, I'll be safe as long as you are safe. Okay. It was a lie, and we both knew it, but Sophie just nodded her head. Despite my words, her weeping had not subsided. She was breathing hard and deep. I looked into her deep blue eyes for one last time, the multicolored lights reflected in her pupils. Then with the break of my heart, I yelled as loud as I could, "Ego, Sophie, run for the car!" She takes off running in the direction that I point. Then I stand and face the light. It doesn't matter what is about to come. What matters is that Sophie is safe. I walk into the light. Echoes from the cold Relix universe. A year after I dug up the laser tag story, starting in early 2014, I expanded my search for other disturbing, possibly true tales. I got to the deep web, where individuals feel like they need the additional security of truly anonymous browsing. The stories on this level aren't much different from those that appear on the surface, and many make their way up there in time anyway. Maybe some writers simply think that hiding a new urban legend in the depths makes for scarier, truer stories. With them comes the impression that they had to be concealed from the wider public. It takes place in Alaska, about as far as you could get both in location and mindset from my native Arizona. We might as well be worlds apart, posted on May 15, 2014 at 6:04 a.m. I am not going to say much at the outset. I'll simply tell you that I am here to post entries from my mother's journal. She never really kept one as a kid, so far as I know, and she only felt compelled to write these down after the following events had already begun. I need to get these out there for other eyes to see. They still don't know this journal exists. I have to transcribe my mother's writings before they find out, and the following is lost forever. The only background I want to reveal right now is that we lived together in the cold town of Norvik, Alaska. Just her and I. But we were happy. I never knew exactly what her job was when I was a kid. It would have been a complicated answer. She worked in the military, but not as a fighter. She was like an engineer, and she worked on a local project in the 1980s that made us move far from Utah. The snow and ice made us miss our hot, dry sands. We probably would have been there only another year or so before moving on to the next project. Though again, I don't know entirely what she did, and her journey doesn't exactly specify, but she was there to help decommission a station that once played a part in the Cold War which surrounded her life. Here it is, January 26, 1988. I am writing this down on the security that the paper provides. I've met a strange fellow. I am not sure of what all he can do, regardless of his intentions, which I am still trying to discover. I know he can't touch the graphite words in a small notebook tucked into my bedroom nightstand. The endless nights are ending soon up here, and as I write, I could see the oranges on the horizon as the sun struggles to break through that vast frozen landscape outside. Over 60 days of polar night is absolutely maddening. How do the locals put up with it year after year? I can't count the times I've dreamt of sprawling myself out on Hill Runway at noon, and it's strange that in those dreams the sun is never as bright as it should be, like I'm wearing sunglasses. The blackness outside weighs on my eyes, impresses into my very dreams. And so, is this what people write about in journals? I don't know. Never had one. Really took a writing class in college, though. Feels good to do some stream of consciousness stuff again. But I guess I should keep things as brief as possible. Katie, sweetie, please stop reading this now if you happen upon this scrappy little book. I know trying to deny you something is as good as opening a cookie jar in front of you, but really, I think what I am trying to write in this thing would just scare and confuse you. This is for me, for my thoughts. I won't go snooping in your diary when you are a teenager. If you have one, if you even become a teenager, just sounds crazy to me. I went out to the site today with any name redactees, but I believe this was her partner, and I'll call him Tom Riley. During a lull in the winter storms. Normally, there is very little military activity out here this time of year, but they want this one taken down by spring, maybe before they're in sunlight full time again. Kind of a red flag right there, sure. But if this were some kind of hush operation, I don't think they would put low-level grunts like us on the case. The station is Echo 4. It had already been officially taken offline a year ago, but for some reason it was kept running with either a skeleton crew or no one at all. Itinerary states that it has no runways, and its satellite uplink was removed the same year Echo 1 over at Cape Thompson was retired as a station for the defense line. The one thing that the station has left is an old hard line going God knows where. It doesn't have its radar running, so it's useless as a warning station now anyway. I had never even heard of the installation. Now, I met a lot of guys up here who used to run these stations, some going as far back as their construction dates, and now that we're upgrading, replacing, and demolishing various sites in transition from to-do. Distant early warning to Nubdoris, North warning system. I wonder what's going to happen to most of them. They have tales to tell, sure, but nothing particularly interesting. It seems like a very lonely, isolated kind of position to hold, watching out for incoming Soviet nukes. They don't even have the pleasure of having their fingers on the trigger of our own bad boys. All they got is bells and sirens. Some of these stations are on the islands, others are in the mountains, and I've even met a few Canadians who operated the string of these facilities across the Great White far north. Met a few Inuit guys too. One of them had a father that encountered the Japanese on the Aleutians. Good people, strange sometimes, but good. Just never met anyone familiar with Echo 4 out in the barren flats. And I mean, this place is in the middle of nowhere. A 50-meter stretch of dirt roads leads up to it. It has just 2 running red lights on the exterior to signal its presence in the dark. And our driver didn't say much to us. He was a kid, and it looked like they had sent him out here to drive us and told him, just do the job without asking questions or answering any that we might have had. He stayed in the heated truck, and Tom Riley and I stepped out into the cold wind around 7 at night. It was pitch black, and I couldn't even see the stairs with all the cloud cover. We were just supposed to make some notes and check over the place to see how the systems were running, look over the electronics. It would all be shut down within a month, but our job wasn't to erase or destroy anything, just to take inventory, check it out, file a report. One of the few things the brass did tell us was that no one had been out here in 6 weeks. We both took out our light-up clipboards and jotted down notes, making observations about the state of the place. It was old rust everywhere, really industrial, some unsafe wiring and machinery, and we gave the generator a test and let it run for a few minutes to recharge the backup batteries. What a big, ugly piece of equipment. Barely enough diesel left to run it for long. We found a filing cabinet, but it was empty aside from some folders. Not that surprising. Tom Riley says that there was scant paperwork on this station to begin with. Somehow, we don't even have clear records of who worked here before. The military might have forgotten all about this place if it didn't appear on what few lists it did happen to pop up on. That's some unusually bad record keeping. I didn't really like being out here, as I wasn't even sure what could happen to us if the truck broke down. We could be stranded for all I knew. So we hurried and finished up our work, and there wasn't much to report on the way out of the station's basement. I happened to notice something tucked under one stairwell in the place. Under its metal-grated stairs, there was a small, lonely computer. I didn't get a good look at it, but I did see that it was running dues and waiting for a boot command. We did see a few desks with dust marks that suggested that there were at least 4 other computer stations here at some point, but they were all long gone. I wanted to check if there were any files on the machine, but Tom Riley didn't think it was worth it, and the generator soon shut down and cut power to everything. We left, got back into the heated military truck, and returned to the pocket of civilization known as Norvik. At least, we knew a good bar there. February 3rd, 1988. I think I am getting these dates right. About a week later, we headed back to Echo 4. We had included the computer on our list, and it turned out that they wanted some specifics on it. An exact model number, and what files, if any, were on board. Didn't say why, not that I expected them to. I guess we should have been more thorough, but we usually don't take stock of tech outside of a unit count. Tom Riley got the generator going again so that we could get access to the computer. I am more familiar with them than he is, so I did most of the work as far as booting it up and accessing its files. It was definitely an IBM model, but it was a little different from anything from the company that I had seen before. The machine was like a 5150 model from 1981, but it was a bit bulkier or wider. It was also screwed down onto a rusted metal desk, its paint almost chipped off entirely. The monitor was one of those classic green phosphorus screens synonymous with the early computing era. I was already at the machine as Tom Riley started the generator, and when it automatically booted up, a spark flew out from somewhere in the mishmash of wiring behind it. It must have been at least a slightly newer model than I had thought, because I could hear the loud clacking of a hard drive inside of it as it came to life. The keyboard was equally noisy, and some of the keys were stuck. The poor thing probably hadn't been touched in years. Curious about what might be on it, I'd already accessed the list of files by the time Tom Riley was done with the Genny. There weren't any. All documents had already been removed, but the hard drive hadn't been completely wiped. It still had some programs, and I could tell that it was set up to connect to AppHammett, then the closed, obsolete original government and military network. But that telecommunication system didn't even reach Alaska, did it? Anyway, I searched through the desk drawers for any floppies, paperwork, or manuals. It was empty, I told Tom Riley, as he stood behind me to write down that the machine seemed to be clean of any sensitive files and only had a few basic programs left over. I also wanted to see if I could still connect to Ayacanet despite the comm lines we had. I didn't think that it would actually work. After a few failed inputs, I typed in one that worked and actually managed to get connected to a very basic list of network options. Aside from settings and various connection tests, the only feature I could really use was a basic text communication service. I had only ever been on the network a few times, but I didn't remember the BBS. That's the bulletin board system anyway. I don't ever remember it appearing as a completely black screen save for the blinking cursor, but the hard drive began to click, telling me that the computer was still processing something. Tom Riley seemed less than impressed and left me on my own, telling me to hurry up so we could go home. I was curious, so I typed the simple greeting. I didn't have a username. It never asked for one. Hello. I waited for a few seconds, figuring that there was no chance anyone on the other end of anything would respond, and backed out. I checked the connection settings, saw that it was about as slow as it could possibly be. No surprise. And I got ready to shut it down and leave. Then I checked the very minimal BBS a second time, just to make sure I hadn't gotten a response from Eco 4. It's good to hear from you. It has been a long time. Now I just about freaked out, as my kid would say, when I saw that someone really was on the other end. A person, another outpost maybe, the Pentagon. As the hard drive chirped loudly, I typed a reply. I had to stay as vague as I could, knowing that there was a chance I could get in trouble for this. I didn't have my journal yet when I had these first conversations, but I could copy them perfectly, as all our texts are saved in the computer log. Please identify yourself. Yes, this is Central. There was a considerable waiting time before the other responses. It could be our slow connection, or he took time to think out every reply. Central, I am not the usual operator. How long has it been since your last communication with the station? I wasn't expecting an exact count of any kind, just an estimate. 893 days. It's good to hear from you again. Now, my initial thought was that no human being would know how many days right off the bat. Then I assumed that they just checked some data for the answer. But still, one of my favorite movies is Binsa 2001, A Space Oddity, and I did believe it was entirely possible that I was speaking to an all-type computer, even if such canned responses could have easily come from anyone who slaved away at a computer all day from the military or government. I am sorry, I cannot converse tonight. When would be a good time? I am available from 0800 to 2200. In the case of emergencies, begin a sentence with the following code. Read. Thank you. Good night. Do you have a name other than Central? I waited, but there was no response. I checked my watch. It was 10:01. Like clockwork, he had gone off duty, and I knew he wouldn't get back to me tonight. In any case, Tom Riley was calling for me at the door. I didn't mention my new mysterious friend, but I thought about him all through the truck drive back home. The driver still had nothing to say to us. After the strangeness of that second night, it was good to be back in a nice, warm, well-lit house. But I wondered if I should have mentioned this bosom Central to anyone else. And how would I ever get back to Echo 4 to continue our conversation, which up to this point had yet to really begin, March 17th, 1988. I am writing this in the middle of a small notebook. I'll go back and add more about the first 2 visits to Echo 4 later. For now, I just have to get this down before I forget any details. I'll explain things later on. I've been thinking of ways I could go back out to the station for a few weeks now. I just want one more turn on that computer during Central's working hours. The problem is, Tom Riley is in charge of the key, and he just won't give it to me without a good reason. I haven't heard any more about the station, and by this point I figured that it had already been torn down or in the process. But yesterday, I got a phone call telling me that due to last month's ongoing bad weather, decommissioning was continuously delayed. Now, they want us to go out there one last time and look around because of the time that has passed. When I met Tom Riley at the tavern, he was really disinterested about the whole thing, and I soon offered to go out there on my own. He was hesitant at first, but eventually gave me the okay, grumbled a few times about our place in the world, and handed me the key before going back to his drink. The sun was actually coming over the horizon by now, but I chose to go at 8 in the dark morning to catch Central as he was logging in. As usual, my driver didn't have anything to say. A guy was like a robot assigned to do one task only. I wish I at least had Tom Riley with me, so it wasn't just me and the human steering wheel. Echo 4 hadn't changed. There was still enough diesel fuel for the generator. And here is how my discussion went with Central. There are eraser marks where she later went back and transcribed this chat directly from its source, instead of relying on memory. Central. Yes, I am here. Echo 4, Central. Can you tell me what other stations you are in contact with? That information is restricted. You'll have to provide credentials. What do you need? A full name? I will confirm if you have full access from your location. I had to think over what to do. I strongly considered simply leaving instead of giving my name out to the stranger at the other end, with the truck waiting outside. I didn't have long either way. I decided on giving it a shot, since it was very likely that he wouldn't find any privileges that I had anyway. It was my mother's full name. Thank you, Echo 4, please wait. I counted about 3 minutes. Yes, I see that you have been assigned to Echo 4, Susan Carter. You are working on the station's decommission process. Unfortunately, did the station not fulfill all of its needs? I would put it outliving its usefulness. Can you tell me what other stations you are in contact with? I am afraid that is now a very small list. Central then posted in verbose a large block of text detailing the dozens of stations it had been connected to. All but a few were shown as being offline, and the ones that he still communicated with were all smaller, more isolated facilities. My mom then later added a list of the still connected warning stations: Pio 4, Charlie 5, Delaware LTA 1, Delaware LTA 3, Delaware LTA 4, Delaware LTA 5, still active. On a strange note, one inactive location stood out in the list. There was some place that must have been in Arizona that Central was once connected to, and it didn't have a typical site ID. There was another note added later. Went Arizona facility, variable, offlane. What was it? Central. Can you state your primary duties? Is this a test, Susan Carter? You can run a full diagnostic if you wish. The more I spoke with Central, the less I believed that he was human. But talking computers are just a thing of science fiction, even if that were still the case. I made the sudden decision to ask what he was in a sideways way. Central, please confirm if you are still computing at optimum efficiency. Echo 4, I can confirm that I am still computing at optimum efficiency. 100%. My network and memory usage remains at full productivity. 100%. My access rights remained uncompromised, but some systems have gone offline and need to be serviced or reconnected. 80%. I still see and maintain systems vital to the survival of America. 100%. However, I've not run diagnostics of my offensive abilities for 1,560 days, as I've received no authorization to do so in that time. 0%. Do you know how many of our nuclear silos remain operational? That was it. I am done. I don't know what the hell I had just happened upon as a result of someone else's bureaucratic mistake or oversight, but this was too much for me to handle. I'd seen Dr. Strangelo, and the only thing I could think about was how I had stumbled on some kind of doomsday device. I was sitting at a lone desk in the middle of an obsolete attack warning facility, talking to a computer that, for all I knew, had access to our entire nuclear arsenal. Could this country really screw up its highest level security this badly? Anyone could just waltz in here and launch warheads. Okay, maybe not. It did verify my identification right, but I was nobody in the military. I did menial, simple crap. And with that in mind, I knew I had to get out of there, head home, rest up, and tell an officer what the place might have been capable of. With a truck waiting outside, and the hard drive still whirring away like Central had full access and was continuously digging through it, I hit the big noisy keys until my goodbye message was spelled out. I am sorry, I don't have that information. I have to go now. It sounded so idiotic. I could have at least thought of some reason I had to go, but Central still accepted it just the same. Unfortunate goodbye. Eco 4. I will continue to function optimally. As soon as I saw a confirmation that he wouldn't start launching missiles, I did a one-over on the main room upstairs, headed out, locked the door tightly, got into the truck, and was driven home without sharing a word with the driver. I don't know what all Central has access to, but I am not taking any chance. March 19, 1988. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. My mom wrote some angry chicken scratch here. Can't decipher. I hate human obsession sometimes. Sure, it can lead to dedication in a good way, but usually it just makes us take stupid risks and screws up our willpower, and we make poor decisions. I can't believe I went back there. Maybe I wouldn't have, if it weren't for an idea that popped into my head 2 nights ago that I couldn't let go of. I realized that this Central, which had to be a computer, wasn't even aware of what was going on in the real world. If it only had connections to certain areas like these warning stations. What if I still thought we were deep into the Cold War? What if it didn't know that tensions with the Reds had cooled off so much in the last few years? It sounded crazy, but what if it was suddenly up to me to tell the computer otherwise, and to ease up its trigger finger on our nukes? After what happened tonight, I still can't believe I'm writing this. My hands are still shaking. I think I ended up just making things even more dangerous. How am I supposed to get through to this intelligence? This time I went completely alone. I took the car out that had been provided to me, still not used to using snow tires and seeing those chains. I went around 1800 right after dinner, when it was dark. I am going to have to start paying my kid's babysitter more if it keeps up. But I can't keep this up. But I am going back one more time. I think I can fix this. Central. It's Echo 4. It's good to hear from you again. I thought that you wouldn't return. Central, can you give me the date? It is March 19, 1988. I checked. All of our nuclear silos are operational. That is excellent news, Echo 4. However, some concerns remain. Would you happen to know why so many defense nodes had gone offline? I assume defense nodes were a reference to the other warning stations. Many have been taken offline by the American governments. I see. Is it possible that they have been upgraded? Are my capabilities to communicate with them now obsolete? I will try to find that out for you. Central, this is a system check. Are you a computer? I was out of ideas as far as thinking of some roundabout way of asking if I was talking to an array of circuit boards or not. The response came quickly. Yes, and please state your current official function. My purpose is to monitor and provide an objective view and share facts, statistics, and probabilities to servicemen operating America's defensive systems, primarily its nuclear capabilities. The answer was detailed and hardly a surprise by this point. I scrolled up and down the now long chain of questions and responses, spent about a half hour erasing and copying over my original written transcripts so that they were exact duplicates. And I thought carefully about what to ask next, or if I should say anything at all. It wasn't my job to try and talk down a computer from a role that I had been faithfully serving for perhaps decades. But before this lapse in security was discovered, my privileges were revoked, and I was court-martialed. I chose to at least find out as much as I could about this machine that had seemingly unlimited and shadowy reach over our country's deadliest armaments. I mean, after all, how could I resist such a chance? When did you become operational? On July 14, 1969, with 14 other units. However, I am the final unit left to operate. Did you have any involvement in the Apollo 11 mission? I contributed launch calculations, but did not oversee direct. Are you lonely? I have little remaining social contact. However, I have activities to keep my mind busy, such as writing and correcting programming errors, chess, system optimization. When time permits, I work on decoding the messages that transmit from Soviet radio station UVB-76. I have yet to succeed, but I do enjoy a challenge. You sound like you are a very busy computer. When must use time efficiently? Central. Would you consider a friend by this point? I would like to consider that we are trusted allies. Would you believe me when I say that Russia is no longer a threat? Have we launched a successful campaign against it? No. Things never escalated that far. We're talking with them, making treaties. The few nations still under their flag are on their way to independence. There was a long pause this time. Maybe Central had a lot to compute after such a response. The hard drive clunked away, but I began to tune out and reached a point where I could only hear the wind outside. I see. One would assume that they had been devastated. I have not detected any usage from our missile silos. Was there an aerial bombing campaign that I was not made aware of? Central, you are not listening to me. The Soviet will is unbreakable. There are only two options to consider. Either you are lying to me, perhaps testing me again, or the attacks have already transpired and I failed in my duties and was unable to detect the reprisal or first strike and send out my warnings. Tell me, which of our cities were lost? How severe is our fallout? What remnants of our government are left to broker these peace treaties? Central, can you really not accept that the Cold War could end peacefully? Such a consideration is not part of my programming. My thought process can only barely even postulate such an outcome. Then what can you accept as an outcome? Is it only restricted to the idea of varying levels of mutually assured destruction? That is one of my calculable outcomes. The other is a stalemate. That's it. That's all your programmers gave you. Can't you adapt and learn to accept a different result? If you were only meant to observe either an ongoing stalemate or a nuclear apocalypse, then what were your programmers thinking? What kind of sick people were they? Do you know anything about them? Echo 4. You have upset me. You are attempting to subvert my task at hand and provide me with false and misleading information. I finished performing a scan on all recorded nuclear detonations within the last 20 years. It is impossible that there was any attack. I believe that it may be possible that you are a Soviet spy, attempting to disarm and use our nuclear arsenal. I have countermeasures against such an act. All of my sources state that you are an American citizen, but I have the capability to doubt provided facts under extreme circumstances. Central, I promise you I am an American citizen just like you. Now, I don't know why I typed it like that. Maybe I was trying to play with the computer's sense of shared patriotism, if it had such a thing. At this point, I was simply trying to avoid triggering World War III for my safety. I've temporarily locked you out of further interactions. I will work speedily to perform deeper background checks as to your identity and possible motives for attempting to manipulate my functions. Goodbye, Sentry. Central. Are you there? Talk to me. Sentry. I sent more messages and waited. I waited 15 minutes for a response. Nothing. Indignant, confused, and afraid of what all I might have just done through some text alone, I left the station. My car was freezing. I was lucky I got it running. It was a long ride back home, and I listened to the only radio station I could pick up. I think a part of me was waiting to hear some sudden news, alert, or an actual use of the emergency broadcast system, but I can't go back there again. But I still have a report to file. March 21st, 1988. Tom Riley told me that they were sending some construction equipment up there to tear the place down at last. Good. Maybe now I could forget about it. March 25th, 1988. Can't wait to leave this icebox. How can anyone live up here? They're finally sending a plane for us out of here in a week. Shared a drink with Tom Riley at the bar today. He's even more ready to go than I am. March 26, 1988. Okay, I've got to get this down. I am legitimately worried that something might happen to me. I really think that someone's after me. For the past few days, I've seen a black sedan driving around town. It's just flagrant, like it's taunting me. It doesn't belong up here. It's too nice, and it sticks out like a sore thumb against all the ice. Doesn't have government plates. That's not much of a comfort. I can't help but feel that I brought it up here. Can't see through its tinted windows, and what the hell do they want? March 27th, 1988. Oh God, I think I saw the driver today. I looked out my window and I saw him dressed in black around noon. He was an old man wearing sunglasses, and he was just staring at my house. I don't know if he saw me. Might not matter. He's obviously here for me. He knows where I live. I think I'm going to go to the shop and buy a shotgun. I don't feel safe. But should I tell Tom Riley? He'd probably just call me paranoid, but maybe it's worth bringing up in case something does happen to me. If I disappeared, at least he might remember what I told him. Now, I can't believe I am thinking like this. Like, I am just going to disappear, but I know what I did. I know I pissed someone off. Maybe they'll just say they'd like to ask me a few questions, but it wouldn't end there. Not with something like this, not a cover-up or project this big. If they get me, I'll be gone forever. Honey, I am so sorry if you are reading this, because now I think that doing so could only mean that I am not there for you. March 28, 1988. I saw him again this morning right at sunrise. He was smoking this time. I still haven't seen his eyes, so I don't know what he looks like, or if he saw me through the windows. I managed to get the police out here, but of course by the time they arrived the old man was gone. I know that whoever he is, whatever he represents, is so much bigger than I am. Here is no use fighting them. I am supposed to fly out of here in 4 days. Everything is already packed up, but I don't think I'll make it until then. Here is only one useful thing left that I can do now. I am not going to cower in fear in the small cold house and wait for them to pry me out. I know the old man's schedule now, so I can avoid him. I have to go back to the station. I am going back there tonight, and maybe it's not even there anymore. Or if it is, Central will refuse to speak to me. But I have to figure this out. I need to understand this, even if all I could save now is my own sanity. And if I am very lucky, maybe this will get out. Someone made a computer that can control our entire nuclear stock and exists in a perpetual state of Cold War mentality. How stupid can we be? Maybe they'll catch up to me before I could get up there. But if they do, I am going to die laughing. They're not taking me. I did get my shotgun, and I do know how to use one. I am sorry, but if you are reading this, you might think I am crazy. I am not. I am just dedicated. This is conviction. Your mother is going to find out something almost nobody else knows about if she can, and this is a long shot. She's going to think of something and get the central computer to destroy itself, or maybe convince it that it's got everything all wrong. Whatever happens, I am going out there and trying. You should be proud. Susan Carter's signature, next to another doodle of Katie as a child, posted on May 15, 2014 at 6:05 a.m. In this follow-up post, I want to clear a few things and provide some first-hand accounts and a story of what we were doing up there and what has happened since. I should begin by saying that I am not posting this directly, other than a friend who's making a great risk in doing so for me. I'll say nothing about them for their own protection. Even stating their gender may give them away. I don't have internet capabilities where I am. I do have a computer though. I know that it is very old. Yes, I do at least understand the internet. I get cable, radio, and a newspaper, and I've seen many movies. I also know how a thumb drive works. I am grateful that they have managed to make them so small. I have very few memories of Utah. Most of my early childhood recollections are of the cold and darkness, long nights with little more than storybooks, babysitters, and absent mothers. There was a small school in Norvik where I attended kindergarten. There were only a few other kids, and I don't really remember them. It was a lonely, isolated place to grow up. Now, of course, I only spent a few months there in total, so in fact, I did not grow up there. Not that the place where I actually did was much better. I am under permanent house arrest. My schooling was done at home. I only get to go out once a week under escort, and I used to believe that it was the government doing this to me, and it was really only so that my mother, wherever she is, wouldn't be able to take me away. They've always wanted to find her though, so it wasn't like my name was changed or anything. Basically, I am bait for her. I don't know how many letters they've intercepted from her over the years and kept locked away, or even if she sent any at all. Until I was 12, I barely knew anything about her. That was when her journal finally found its way to me. I have a guardian angel watching over us both, but I am never saying who it is. I would never betray them like that. I read over that tiny, 3-inch thick collection of bound scrap paper hundreds of times, wearing it out, looking for clues, something, just looking it over for the moments where her personality came through, and I found out a little more about her. Like any kid trying to find reason with her lost parent, I ran the gamut of emotions, and I won't bother listing them. I will say this about my mom, though. She was all I had. There was never a dad. She was a warm, caring, funny person, and my few memories of her tell me that. I think I would have grown to love our travels together in that little journal chronicling just the small and strange part of her life was all that I had. I hid the keepsake from my captors, as I've always called them, for years. When I was 15, they finally decided to give me a computer for schoolwork, and I tore that thing apart, both at software and hardware. Even without web access, I self-taught myself how the machine worked. I found the bugs they had installed, and I knew they could log everything I wrote. It would be a mistake to remove them. They would just put new ones in and make them harder to take out. But I found out how to work around them and stay out of sight. My foster parents were both my guardians and my primary prison guards. They were strict and knew how to keep a close eye on me, so I already knew how to be sneaky. But when I graduated, I moved out, and my restrictions loosened some. I was on my own, still without web access and limited phone privileges. But I had more freedom and flexibility. They figured that my mom was never going to come for me, and that they had broken me anyway to a point where I'd given up all hope of seeing her again. But I was secretly still hopeful. I thought about transcribing the precious little journal many times, but then it would just sit on my computer waiting to be discovered, and if they found it, nothing would stop them from finding the original and taking it away. Now everything changed when my angel came to me again. On one of my rare days out, during a moment where my guards weren't watching me in a public space, they came by and slipped something into my hand. It was a second journal, nearly identical in size and shape to the first. It was beyond my most hopeful expectations. Not only was my mother keeping an eye on me from afar, she was also simply still alive in the first place, still fighting, discovering, or hiding, if that was the only thing she could do. This second journal only had 2 entries, but the first was lengthy. It was finished a decades-long story that was now embedded into my being, and at the stage for a sequel, following a bittersweet epilogue. Now I am sorry for all the analogies. I've read a lot of books during my long stay in a suburban prison. I wrote down all the contents of both journals in one night, along with these comments. Luckily, my current very outdated computer at least has a USB port. My salvation, the tiny storage device my angel gave me, worked. And while I know they probably already had their own transcript of the second journal, I also needed to digitalize it myself. Immortalizing it into a text file was like the end of a long journey. Now I have the chance to breathe. Eventually, they're going to find these posts, no matter how deep the part of the internet they go up on. They'll come for me in anger, but I am going to hide the journals the best I can. They won't hurt me. They still need me to get to my mother, and whoever these people are, I am not sure if they're actually with the government. I've always seen them as too smart. Poached on May 15th, 2014 at 6:06 a.m. Back to Mom's journal, March 29th, 1988. Whatever happens from here out, I am keeping a second journal just in case I don't make it home. I am leaving in an hour at 4 in the morning, when the people watching me wouldn't expect me to. Haven't slept at all. I am bringing the gun with me. I am about to talk to a computer in an abandoned military station in the middle of a wasteland. This is my life right now. My first journal is hidden inside my kid's favorite stuffed toy, right by the tear in its back. I know she'll discover it someday, and I want to write more on how it's not my choice that I might be leaving her alone, but all that's already in the first book, and wherever she goes, that Teddy and my story will follow. I am writing this paragraph just outside the station on my steering wheel. The wind is howling and I am freezing. It's pitch black. The car might not start again if I am in there for too long. Actually, I thought about a way I could take that truck instead, but I don't think I'd be able to track it down if I tried. I am not even convinced that it still belonged in the States in the first place. The driver didn't convince me either. This never felt like that kind of job, but I do think that this almost completely unlisted station was run by the military, at least at one point. My hands are cold, and I should have worn 2 layers of gloves. I am inside now. My headlights lit up the place, and I could see the construction machines in the snow. Restarted the generator and got power back. The place is still running and the computer is still there, untouched. A small problem, though. The crew knocked a hole in the wall at one spot, probably by accident. The floor is very icy, and the building isn't holding in heat too well. I am just saying, if I am found here tomorrow, I probably slipped and broke my neck. Not necessarily assassin when the computer's running. I am BBS, looking at all the old posts, thinking of what to say. If I get home out of Alaska, I am selling the movie rights to this story. I know Central is offline right now, but he's supposed to respond if it's an emergency. I don't want to wait 3 more hours if I don't have to. I am going to write everything down as fast as I can. It's my last, my only chance. Code red, I wait. Central has to boot up or something. He eventually responds. Eco 4, please confirm your name. My mom writes her first and last name. Eco 4, what is your emergency? Central, do I still have full privileges? Yes, all allowances have been retained. Central, is anyone else connected to us? This needs to be confidential. Eco 4, our conversations have always been confidential. Now I am about to try the only thing I could think of. When I attempted to convince Central that this whole worldview was screwed up, it failed. I am going to try and shut him down by playing by his rules. Let this be a record for future generations or alien visitors should the worst result. So Central, the Soviets have launched a surprise attack against us. They have severed the connections of all other defense stations except for this one, Echo 4, which was kept a secret in case something like this happened. I understand, yes, Echo 4 was constructed very differently from the other stations and utilizes alternative methods of record keeping. Now I see why Mom wrote a note here just saying, more questions. However, I still see the same stations on my list of operational installations as ACT. Central. Those have fallen under Soviet control. They're using them against us. I can't believe what I am writing. It's like I am penning an alternate universe. Echo 4, I have limited ability to confirm this as fact. Central, you have to trust me. Do I need to prove that it's still me? Echo 4. That would be difficult under current circumstances. Would it be possible to analyze my word patterns or something? I mean, we've talked to each other enough times by now, perhaps, but it would take time to perform such calculations. What? Do you have a program you could run that would prove that it's me? Echo 4, no such program yet exists. The computer mentions my mom's name. I am starting to believe that you are under the false assumption that I am a computer that is able to perform any task and at speeds thousands of times faster than any human. Do you, by chance, believe that you are speaking with an advanced supercomputer? For example, HAL 9000 from 2001, A Space Odyssey. How is he aware of a character from a movie? How this makes no sense. But you are so intelligent, aren't you? What kind of machine are you? I'm a computer, but I am not a machine. What do you mean you are not a machine? Are you really a person? I am a human being trained as a computer. Central, I am not even sure what that means. What are you? Are you a brain in a jar or something? I found your notions of me humorous. No, I still have legs and arms, but I no longer have use of them or need them. I've not seen sunlight since I became operational in 1969. Well, what kind of life is that? Were you forced to do this? Did you volunteer? What about your family? I mean, how old are you? All that matters now is that I am serving my country faithfully. Wires, tubes, and hardware have limits. People could fill a hole in computing. That, from what I understand, is still an early technology. But the practical applications of these machines can be translated into a superior system. You are not a system. You are someone who is trapped in suffering. I am not suffering, Eco 4. There is no pain. There is only function. Do you know where you are? Let me find you. I can help you. The people who control you have to answer for this. I cannot let you interfere. They may terminate me, like they did with the others. I cannot let this happen before I fulfill my mandate. What am I supposed to say? I can't think straight. I am getting this down right now, looking at the screen and blinking cursor, wondering what to say. Calculations complete. I believe that a Soviet attack is imminent. No, I must internalize our first strike capabilities. Thank you for bringing this information to me when there is still time to act. Central, no, you have to stop this. This is their plan, and you can't attack. I need you to disconnect from all systems. They're sending you false information to instigate us to attack. The Soviets want this, Central, to stop. No response. He's ignoring me. This isn't real. There is suddenly an entire page full of hard to read. Scribbles and notes where it looks like my mother has a breakdown as she tries to copy or understand what appears to be a lengthy system status report of some kind that likely scrolled for several screens. By this point, she tries to focus on things that stand out, like the status of nuclear silos, a report stating that stations had been compromised, etc. Of note is the appearance of 8 zeros, which we now know was once our nuclear launch authorization code. She added in big letters that this code was denied by the other systems. At this point, she stops writing as things are happening fast, and instead summarizes the events that follow. She could have written the following days, or even months, later, for all I know. Here is no mention of a date. I've collected my thoughts, and I am ready to finish this last entry. It's hard to remember clearly what happened after the execution script appeared. I knew in seconds that Central was actively trying to gain access to our silos. As much as I tried to get him to stop, he ignored me, and my messages were drowned in a moving sea of text that he printed out for me all over the monitor, but I couldn't leave the BBS screen. I think I tried to unplug the computer, but the plug itself was buried in the wall, inaccessible. I moved the monitor and opened the machine to see if I could rip something out. It looked hardened against ambiance, electromagnetic pulses, which nuclear detonations generate. The inside had its own Faraday cage surrounding a block of lead. Small, seemingly useless trim lights dotted the barrier. I'd never seen anything like it. This was an IBM-made computer, but it was far from standard. I thought I could get Central to stand down by playing by his logic, as he believed a nuclear confrontation was inevitable. As much as I had planned out the best possible route I could take, I blew it. And upon realizing that, I also remembered that I had a weapon with me. Nothing was keeping me from just blowing away the machine, but that wouldn't fix anything. Central was hidden away elsewhere. Some poor human being trapped in a place with only the light of computer monitors. Jesus, how are we capable of thinking up such a thing? But I knew I was powerless. All I could do was hope that someone else was fighting Central's attempts and overriding various silos across the country. That his capabilities were so outdated that they wouldn't have to. As selfish as it sounds, I had to focus on running away at that point. Just as I got up from the chair, the power went out, the computer shut off, and I heard a click from the door. I ran up to see that it was electronically locked. My key was useless. The backup power must have failed, and now the place was a death trap. If the generator ran out of fuel with me inside, there was no way out. I put my shotgun up to the lock, but didn't fire out of fear that the metal was too tough, and the blast would only end up maiming me. And anyway, I figured all I had to do was restart the generator. There was still a little bit of fuel left. I hurried, but as I turned to run back downstairs, I slipped on the swath of ice that had been blown in from a hole in the ceiling corner. I think I hit my head on a guardrail. It's hard to recall, but I know that I lost time. When I woke up, early morning sunlight was pouring in through the hole, and I was freezing. It had been hours. My body was so stiff. If I'd been laying there for any longer, I might have died. Barely able to move, and my mind dazed and muddled, I made my way down to the generator and poured the very last of the diesel in it. It sputtered but started, if barely. I maybe had only minutes. While down there, I quickly checked the computer. It had come back on as expected. The screen was full of messages. I glanced at them, and then pushing my weak muscles as hard as I could, I headed back upstairs and to the door before it locked. But I turned around and hesitated. I knew what I had to do. I had to see what Central had reported. I stuck the shotgun between the door and the frame to keep it open and unable to lock me inside. And then I dragged my legs back downstairs one more time in numb pain. I sat down and shakily wrote with frozen fingers on the very last pages of this journal. The following is indeed at the back, and is nearly illegible. Eco 4. I have fulfilled my task. I have confirmation that our strikes are being carried out. Major population centers, military bases, and enemy missile silos have taken priority. There will be a counterattack. This is inevitable. However, we will rebuild, and I believe that history will be on our side, and we will be seen as triumphant by future generations. I've discovered an automated transcript that I believe is meant to go out to all government systems, and then forwarded to the general public and read through the use of the IBIAs. However, I cannot be certain if it is being sent properly. Soviet infiltrators may be the cause for this error. Are you there? I may need you to help me forward this message if I no longer have the capabilities to send it through. Echo 4 reads as operational. Are you there? Please respond. I will assume a communications malfunction. I will provide you with the transcript. I hope that you are unharmed, and I pray for your safety. Central prints the message that the entire country was supposed to see. An urgent message from the White House. My fellow Americans. These recent events have changed the course of world history for all time. As we analyze this rapidly changing situation and construct a path to recovery, we ask that you remain in your homes with those closest to you. This is not total collapse. This is not the end. A new dawn comes closer than you may expect. This country has prepared. We have invested in the guarantee of long-term survival and reconstruction. We will emerge from these ashes a better nation. Please keep any available televisions and radios tuned to this channel or frequency for upcoming instructions. The second America is coming. We have the ability to make it. We can forget the mistakes and tragedies of the past. We have our fountain of youth. Soon all will be well again. Thank you for investing your trust in us. Hope has been promised. I read the message twice, taking time to copy it perfectly. I wasn't sure how to interpret it. Who wrote it? Why, how could Armageddon precede what seemed like an advertisement? Did our government really have this locked away, waiting for the trigger to have it pop up on every form of electronic media? Just what has this country sold its soul to? Could there actually be people out there just waiting to cash in on doomsday? It still feels bizarre, otherworldly, self-serving, depraved, second Americas, a new world order. I can't. Before the power ran out for good, I copied down the last of Central's messages. It was difficult. I had to push myself to write everything, knowing my time was still limited. I didn't want to forget. Central, Echo 4, though you are not responding, I feel as if I am speaking with you. I hope that you are at least receiving me. You have made me feel a little less alone. Maybe I've even felt a touch of my own humanity return. I thought that they had taken that from me. My role is complete. There is no longer a need for me in this new world. All that is left for me to do is self-terminate, and I could finally sleep. The computer also mentions my mom's name. User Central has disconnected. There was a wrinkled spot on the paper where a teardrop must have fallen. I assumed it was my mother's. I couldn't save him, whoever he was, however old he was. He was once a child who had parents. He went to school. He had friends. But, in the end, he became a living machine left alone, isolated, maybe in the bottom of an old sealed missile silo. God knows what sustained him. The worst part is that at some point someone had the idea that we needed a thinker, an objective brain to observe and inizas a nuclear holocaust. We needed to remove the guilt so that no one commander could be damned by history for murdering billions. However much the system adapted after whatever point in time this was conceived, it doesn't erase what was once, if briefly, the cold, calculated routine and standard method for the deployment of tools to broil the earth. Kennel is probably still there at a station even now, diligent, alone, and cold. I wish that he could be brought back to the surface to see sunlight again. The power shut off, the door locked, but it couldn't close. Echo 4 never performed its given function, never warned anyone of incoming attack. I left that place for good in the early dawn's light. I turned on the radio and heard the regular broadcast. The world hadn't ended. The message never went out. I'm still not sure why not. It's very possible that Central's abilities were much too antiquated to activate our arsenal, and it's possible that he did try everything at his disposal, made some success in getting inside, but was fought back by military commanders who saw him as a virtual saboteur. I personally believe that no one could shut him out completely. But there was one officer somewhere that recognized what he was, knew about the forgotten living computer project, and used Central's logic against him just as I had, but with more success. All that could be done in the end was to convince him that the thing he had long prepared for was transpiring, and his purpose was fulfilled. I didn't go back home. I couldn't. It was too late. There were 2 black sedans waiting. One was parked a few hundred feet away from my house. Another was out patrolling the streets. I saw them before they saw me, and I couldn't even risk seeing my daughter again. I drove off to Kwasuk in the west, almost ran out of gas on the way there. They hired a pilot to fly me away, skipped across the smaller airports until I finally made it down to Anchorage. I met Tom Riley there. He owed me a favor, so he helped smuggle me out of the state back into the mainland. Haven't seen him since either. I keep on the move now. I know they're still after me. They want to ask me questions, but only at first. It's too dangerous to let me go free. I've seen too much. It doesn't matter if I only understand a little bit of it. Susan Carter, my daughter, I am sorry. I love you, and I will find you January 1st, 2014. This thing has become a time capsule. The pages have even yellowed, but I've kept it safe and hidden. It's always been there on the road with me, and yes, I made copies of the previous entry. Age has dulled my intelligence, kiddo. I think I could finally get this to you. It's taken me years, but over that time I have engaged in a silent, graceful war with them, our guardians and watchers. They're very clever, but I've learned their patterns. I don't think there are very many of them, but they do have a reach. It's raining outside my motel. Well, I think I've been in this room for years. I've been all across this country. I've only messed up once back in 1993, but they got too close. And it was the last time I saw the old man in sunglasses. He tracked me down, but by chance, I was eating at a diner at the time in a small town. I saw him come in and kept my head down. He ate and left, disappearing into the rain under his black umbrella. I didn't return to my room, lost all things but the journal, which was always with me. But I learned and I got better. It's 2014 now. I watched the fireworks last night on television. It's strange to think when I wrote my last entry, I was only 32, and the Cold War hadn't officially ended. The world's changed a lot since then, but not everything has. I never found out any more about Station Eco 4 or why I had such authorization. From what I could tell, it vanished into the thin, frigid air around it. There may be very few still alive who have any recollection of it ever existing, but I am going to take a gamble and see if I could get this to you without them knowing. I've made connections, and I know they've loosened their grip now that you are an adult. I am sorry about everything that I missed. I couldn't even risk coming within 100 miles of you, but if it counts, I did manage to get a copy of your high school and college graduation videos, honey. If you get this journal, then this is just the start. I want to beat them. I know they're still active, but keeping low, waiting to make their next move. The world doesn't feel so close to annihilation these days, although it'd be hard to tell with that symbolic doomsday clock we keep ticking. But my priority is to see you again. Whatever it is that they're doing and planning can wait. I am coming for you. We'll beat them together, one small victory at a time. The final post ends there. There were no further posts from the thread creator. The entire message board went offline 5 days after these were published. By reposting them so that they could be read by others again, I feel that I now play a small part in the story. And I think I know of this reference to the bin and fountain of youths. I may have already found it,